men love to talk about farting.
It's very interesting discussion here.
My grandma had the walking farts. I mean,
it's farting in front of the person.
I farted the whole way down the hall.
And they are literally texting each other their poops. So
your shitting story has captivated me. I'm just sitting there and like so many questions are running through my mind, as I'm sure you had a bunch of questions running through your mind while someone's just dropping a massive deuce next to you.
Yeah, and to me, and y'all tell me if you disagree with this, please, but to me, ain't that what all these channels should be about, is putting out information that you think would be useful to people? They don't have to use it, if they don't want to.
Josh, I came up to have a pick a bone with you.
Oh, please. I would love to pick a bone.
Yeah. Do you always come on a show and just talk unfiltered and dirty like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Unfiltered S&R Podcast.
Well, this is what I'm going to tell you, is I once wore that uniform, okay? And I have seen the light in regards to every war being a banker's war.
Like for me, I didn't realize that I was a part of the machine as a teacher. A lot of people who went into the military went in as freedom fighters. They went to fight for freedom because they were patriots and love our country.
She just came after my shit joke, but then gave props to Steve Harloha's
We now know more about what our government was doing and using them as pawns. They didn't know that at the time either.
I'll tell you what, I will let you, when I'm confused and triggered, I will aim it right at you and say, you know what, you dickwad, I am confused and triggered.
boy, it has just been some interesting topics.
No, I mean, it's just a good conversation to have.
And Steve aids and abets him.
3 times a lady.
That if you want to get a strike on YouTube as a streamer, have Ronnie on your panel.
I didn't do anything.
Micro penis group, then you're still good to go.
But I'm going to put my unsolicited 2 cents in.
I think my mom and dad used to have a contest to see who could fart the most and the loudest. So, Landon, tell us your Bobbit story or your micro penis story.
It's exactly what you think.
But you got the right one though. You can get it high, boy, we get it poppin'. Run up if you want some, you gon' have. I'm saying we ain't never gonna run though. You playing, but you got the right one though. You can get it high, boy, we get it poppin'. Run up if you want some, you gon' have a problem, yeah. I'm saying we ain't never gonna run though. You playing, but you got the right one though.
Ronnie.
What's up, Steve?
What's up, brother?
You ready for another big show with this great guest we got today?
Oh, yeah. You know what I think it's going to be? I think it's going to be a damn good show.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I forgot to hit that's what the sound effect was for.
But we got to get our announcer in here, Where is he, by the way?
Yeah,
hello,
where is
Mr. Mercy? Rocksteady is here. Matthew
Rocksteady. Blue Unicorn, my brother. Creek Squad, my brother.
What's going on, Creek? Good to see you, Creek. Margaret K. I think I said Scat Pack already, but anyway.
Scat Pack. Scat Pack. Scat Pack.
Get back, Scat Pack. Get back, get back, get back.
So I've been hearing a lot of crazy things have been going on in Texas lately, huh?
Oh, you ain't kidding. I got a video and I got a little news story I want to read, if you don't mind.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Let me get the video. I'm going to play the video first because I'm not taking a stand one way or the other on this. I'm just saying, watch, and if you agree, whichever way, that's fine. Can you sit over there, Steve?
Yep, there we go.
All right. Here we go. Oh, and this guy's on the border. He lives in Texas, and he's driving right by where all this is taking place at.
And that's the border?
Yeah.
Just wide open.
Just wide open right there where he's at. Yes, sir.
Jeez.
What's going on, guys? I know y'all come to my page because of the comedy, and I just play around on here. And I don't get political very often. Sometimes I have some things to say about things. I live in Texas. I was just in Eagle Pass, and I've got some videos I need to show you guys because you're watching the news, whether it's CNN or Fox, you're letting these news media idiots get you riled up against each other. Let me show you some videos that might just calm your ass down and make you turn off the TV. Watch this. All right, so this is the wall, the fence that we put up. And they put up a secondary fence because they opened the gates. There's some armed guards with some pretty serious weaponry. Pretty intimidating, right? Here's your razor wire.
Now, where he was at right there with the guards, that's where the 1/2 mile is all about, where they won't let the Border Patrol or anybody in. But it's only a 1/2 mile.
Right, which isn't much at all.
No, it just don't make any sense when you start thinking about it.
The two bridges that are in the entrances into Mexico and also the entrance to Eagle Pass. There's some Hummers, some more guys, right? We're protecting, we're keeping them out. This is 0.5 miles from that area. 0.5 miles from where they set up their cameras. 0.5 miles from where they have all the people there. And it's right down the road. I left this long to show you just how short of a drive it is for us to get to a point where all that we just saw does not matter. And they're just getting you riled up against each other because it's election time. And right about here is where you're going to see it. What's that?
I think he's wrong about getting everybody riled up for election time. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think they're bringing people in to vote for the Democrats is what I think.
To help them for the election.
Yeah. And plus, the whole point is to destroy the United States. So.
Right.
Where are the armed guards? Where are the AR-15s? Where's the razor wire? Where's the gates? That's half a mile from where the media is blowing up.
You got to take a shit before you go into America.
Texas versus the feds.
Yes.
That we're having this big battle. So that was one gate. That was the very first gate that I saw. We drove down a little bit more. There's one. It had a chain on it. So you keep driving down the road. You got Trump's wall doing its job. This one has never even had a gate. So to me, doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, liberal, libertarian. It doesn't matter what you are. And you're posting about this Texas versus the feds and we could have a civil war. I'm telling you right now, if a civil war breaks out, it's not because there's something good to fight over. It's because it's election time. It is because the news media is corrupt and you need to turn the TV off. I don't care. Shit. I don't care what news media you watch. Just go down there and look yourself. Go look. The things that they are saying that the feds and Texas are fighting about is a stretch that is not even a mile. How long is the border? They can just walk right over, and those gates keep going and going and going and going. I know you're thinking, well, just 2 gates. No, they're all open all the gates. It's a whole hoopla over this little bitty section in Eagle Pass in between a bridge and a bridge. Only place that there's guards. So if you can't get in half a mile of our border, you just walk down the road and you go across the border there. All you folks posting about this, you picked a side and you think you're doing the right thing.
And that's exactly what they say they're doing there in that park in Eagle Pass, is they're trying to send people down to, one of the entry points, one of the official entry points for them to go in there. That's really all they're trying to do. All they have been trying to do. But he couldn't get in there to film that. So, take what he's saying with a grain of salt.
But all of you need to reevaluate the country you live in and the information that's being given to you.
That's
because I wanted to be on the Republican. I wanted to push on the Republican side Hell, I'm from Texas. I'm in the middle no matter what usually, but I wanted to lean towards that side. And once I got down there, I was like, nope. I don't know. Believe what you want to believe. But I recorded those videos. No one sent me that. I don't know what else to tell you guys, but turn the TV off.
Yeah, I did that years ago. Turned my TV off.
You and me both. I couldn't agree more with what he said, but you know, the night before, well, Chap sent me that video first of all, and I think it was Thursday night. I had a video on this. I played a video about this guy, and Chap was talking about it before I ever played the video that night. But he's the one that's getting this truck thing together that's coming to Texas. You know, the trucker convoy, and he's also the head of the militia, although that's not publicly known. But with that being said, and this guy's got tons of cred. Let me tell you, not him, but the guy that I can't remember his name, but it's in this right here. All right, now this is a guy from Telegram, and he's one hell of a researcher. So let me read this right quick. And this is kind of the other side of that. He says, Army Green Beret, loyal to the oath of keeping the United States Constitution against foreign invasion and protecting U.S. soil, lead soldiers, current and ex-military, police, sheriffs, deputies, militias, part of 34,000 U.S. military oath keepers into Texas to defend the Constitution and the revolt against the deep state government and their elites that control the system. Davos Group, CIA, plus Carnegie, Obama regime, Biden, world corruption leaders and systems. Currently, over 700,000 truckers and caravans are heading to Texas to join the Green Beret military, current and ex-military, and Texas National Guard to stand up against the Biden administration and Davos. UN agenda to break down the U.S. borders in illegal, unconstitutional acts that is connected to clear and present danger of an invasion. This includes fighting against the bioweapons of CCP, CIA, Mexican cartel operations, streaming, lining fentanyl laced with tranquilizers into U.S. territory and killing U.S. citizens in a planned bioweapon fentanyl attack, including human trafficking and the highest levels and over 85,000 missing children being trafficked through the U.S. the past 2 years under the guidance of the corrupt U.S. administration. I have to leave out some of it because of, certain things. Now more than half of the United States governors are joining the fight against the Biden, CIA, all this, administration, and their captured foreign operations by the Davos Group and WEF. Over 25 U.S. states support Texas White Hats operations and also began sending military National Guards. Domestic internal defense. Military Green Beret gives military comms calls to dispatch on massive nationwide broadcast. I think he's talking about the Alex Jones show, where that's what I played the other night. Let's see, where's that now? Oh, we defy tyranny, and also gives important message that military operations are happening worldwide. Behind the scenes, the rise of the people and world patriots against the corrupt system from Germany, France, Netherlands, New Zealand to Ireland into the United States are silently being guided by military covert operations worldwide. JFK created the Army Special Forces, Green Berets. They were created in part to fight after a domestic totalitarian system and had special privileged military codes to defend the United States against state citizens against U.S. government tyrannical control and oppression. Remember, this is why JFK wanted to dismantle the CIA, and it was. Now Green Berets in Texas with National Guard, Army, police chiefs, ex-military, and over 34,000 military oath keepers loyal to the Constitution, and over 700,000 U.S. citizens are heading to the Texas border to defend the country. Now, this is the guy that's leading it. Green Beret Doc, this is his nickname, Doc, Pete Chambers, and I think he was a colonel in the Army. Anyway, his name is Pete Chambers, leads the Texas division and helping guide the Virginia across the U.S. convoy. I don't know what the hell that means, but at the same time in California and Arizona, operations began for U.S. citizens to defend the borders and to defend against the elite Davos CIA Obama crap. Doc Chambers, in his nationwide broadcast, intentionally names Davos Group elites controlling the operation with the Biden administration. He also mentions military-guided operations happening in Europe. It is important to understand the time is now for the U.S. citizens to stand up against the WEF Davos and all them. Operations in all countries and join your local movement and peaceful protests. It's very important as much as the deep state cabal is trying to intentionally cause war and racial wars through the world. We as peace-loving patriots and freedom fighters must stay as peaceful and calm as we can. Mainstream media is pushing civil war news cycles in the U.S. and will push this EU in the coming months. We'll push this in the EU in the coming months. So please stay peaceful as you can when you go to support your country against the globalist tyranny. And it says the time has begun for the U.S. citizens here and abroad to join the powerful revolt against the elite CIA Davis Group operation and go directly to the demonstrations and movements happening with your support. Now let's see. It says the military is working with sheriffs, police, ex-military, and oath keepers to start a powerful revolution and help guide operations. This is in major countries happening now. And it says, he did say, that's what I said a while ago, he said we needed 100 million down there. And that's the end of that. So,
Lord Spike said a little bit ago that I think it was Lord Spike said it, up to 100,000 or 700,000.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said in that right there, 700,000. Hello, LSP. What's going on, bro?
Always good to see LSP. And we got Elvis is in the building.
He sure is. And the point of doing both of those is to say, I don't think it makes any difference if it's real or if it's not. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. They're going to make it look real, whatever it is. And they're damn sure going to make it look real. So I think something is going to happen. Now, what? I don't know, but we'll see. Miss Lisa Anderson, hello there. Good to see you. And Salt is here. What's up, Salt? There's the
Whole
cat.
bunch of great people showing up. The cat, aloha. Aloha, the cat. X and Nacho. Aloha,
Sure.
always good to see it. Everyone check out X and Nacho, man. He puts on. Dude, that guy keeps me sane when I'm working late and he's doing his live stream, man. And he's playing his, oh man, what a great musician too. That guy, he keeps me from losing my shit. No pun intended, being a plumber.
The cat, I'll put my link in there right now if I can get my phone to work here. There it goes.
Yeah, it's like his eighth or ninth channel now, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Almost in the double digits.
But hey, it is what it is, ain't it? Trying to find yours now, Steve. Where it's at. Let's see here. There it is. Let's see. And it should be here. Here it is. Let me turn my phone down.
3, 2, 1.
Yep. Got to get to this commercial first. And there she be. Well, it's a good question you put up there today, Steve. Back to blue, yes, no. I back them when they go by the Constitution. Then you have to qualify this vote.
Right.
'Cause
Yeah, I back the good ones, but there's not many. So unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh shit.
But speaking of the blue, we have a special guest today that I've been looking forward to.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna bring him up with his own intro. So here we go.
What an introduction. Hello, Steve. Hello, Ronnie.
That guy at the end that was attempting to throw a cigarette butt at you was not happy with you recording.
Oh, no. He had had a little too much to drink that night. He was very, very upset that we had made it there to catch his actions on film. We didn't even catch any. That was the thing. He was upset and there was no reason to be. Poor fella.
Well, when you go out, Terry, are you like the other guys? Are you just keeping up with the police and, making sure they do things right? Or
yeah, I just generally follow the Ironton police wherever they go. I video all traffic. Well, I video all interaction generally, but the only things I post generally are traffic stops. A lot of the, as they say, calls to service, those domestic calls like domestic violence, things like that. You'll never see me post any of that. I don't talk about that. But, I am there to observe and video.
There you go. Well, how many cops do you think are good versus bad? I mean, is there
You mean You mean as a percentage? You talking about like locally, or do you mean like nationwide?
Yeah, well, locally in your area, I guess I'm asking, do they follow the Constitution as much as they can, or they just run over people? Are they assholes?
Well, it's going to depend on who you ask, but I tell you, my 2 years out here, what I have found is not every police officer is the best police officer that he could be. We have a couple really good ones, and they are good influences. I think a lot of it rests in the fact that not only it seems that they don't teach the Bill of Rights in the police academy. Unfortunately, they don't much teach it in high school or online either. So people, not only are the cops uneducated, but so are a lot of the citizens. Because of that, it leads to bad interactions with law enforcement.
Yeah. Yeah. How many have you seen, or, a rough estimate, how many have you seen since you've been doing this? By the way, how long have you been doing it? The auditing, and how many of them have done rotten things to people that you've been watching?
Well, I don't know about doing rotten things to people, but we did see one of our local sergeants. He was fired for quite a bit of drug possession. Originally, it was domestic violence. That charge was dropped, but he went down for the drugs and was fired. I don't know that they were doing horrible things to people, but it seemed I started right about 2 years ago. And it seemed that every time I went out, there were 2 to 5 stops every night that I went out, 3 or 4 nights a week. And out of those, almost every single one of them somehow went to a search. And out of those, the great majority went to jail and were impounded. And now 2 years later, where we have a different chief, our chief retired. Like I said, one of our sergeants was fired. A couple others no longer work there, and we have a different, younger group in. And now when I go to town, you guys have rode with me before. I think you see me drive around empty streets. Mm-hmm. There's nothing going on because a lot of that type of stuff, trying to pull over every single car for every single reason that they could find, is no longer quite happening that way.
Well, how much do you enjoy doing it? Do you really get into it?
In the beginning, I did. Now I don't enjoy it so much, only because, hey, they're doing the right thing, and there's really no need for me. I enjoy the chat. I enjoy the people. I enjoy the channel. It's just the driving around empty streets is not as much fun.
I can imagine. I can definitely imagine. Well, it sounds to me like it'd be interesting, at least to a point. When you get out there and if they are doing something wrong, do you try to intervene, or you just film? What do you do?
Well, unless it would get real bad, there's no need for me to intervene physically. I tell you what I have done. I have the ear of the former and the current chief. I have the ears of some of the high-ranking individuals within the police department and a couple people here and there in the county and city. So when I talk about things, they take it seriously. They don't view me as a joke, because I don't go out and make myself one, and I sure haven't tried to make myself their enemy. And because of that, a lot of those problems, once you get it out there and then they go back and check the body cams themselves, they tend to take care of their own. The Ironton Police Department will clean its own up if it knows.
Well, good. That's something that most departments don't do. I mean, there's one that I used to live in, and they've always been turds, but they've gotten worse as the years go by. And because the city has grown tremendously in the last 50 years. I mean, golly, it was 13,000 people when I moved there, and now it's probably over 200,000, well over 200,000. But the point is they were always, rotten to an extent, but they weren't totally rotten. And now it seems like the more the city has grown, the worse they have got.
Right. And that kind of brings it into like Terry was talking about Ironton basically, but now what about nationwide? Because they say, oh, there's only a few bad apples, right? But in my eyes, my personal opinion, there's only a few good apples nationwide.
Well, and I'll tell you something about some of those good ones, something that I noticed very early on. If you could have the best apple in the barrel, but if he's in the middle of the barrel, You have to be, he can't come out and be the hero that he wants to be, or they'll end up firing his ass and treating him worse than the criminals they used to see on the street. You see, so when it comes to your good apples, when it comes to those few good cops, if you can find your allies, find them. I challenge you to go to your locals and find them. Once you found them, make sure that you can help have their back the best you can from a civilian standpoint, because they need help. All of the, you know, they I know that we wish that all the good cops would just stand up and purge us of all the bad cops. Well, some of them want to, but they're unable.
Yeah. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. How would they? I mean, they hadn't got the power to fire anything. And if they go in and tell, then, you know, then they're more than likely going to be greeted as a rat, you know, and
it's happened before. I don't remember her name, but there was a female cop, and they fired her and pushed her out for her trying to do the right thing. She was getting death threats from other officers. I know you know what I'm talking about. Shit, I didn't do my research.
Hey, Steve, my power came back on, so I'm getting my computer loaded up here. So if you see me pop up there a second time, you may have to add me, and then I'll just leave with this one so that I'm back.
Cool.
On my phone.
Finally got power back, did you?
Yeah, we finally got the power back. Thank goodness.
Good old Midwestern weather.
Well, if you don't like it, just wait 5 minutes.
Yeah. You know, I think it's the same way all over the country, to be honest with you.
Well,
it's kind of how it works here. I mean, if it starts raining, go ahead. But if it starts raining out here, most people back home be like, oh man, it's raining. There goes the whole day. But here, if it starts raining, it's like, just wait 5 minutes. And there we go. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I muted on purpose just to make sure that we could get through without causing you a lot of background noise there.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Sounds much better too.
Yeah, it is. For some reason, the other one sounded a little tinny, but this one sounds.
Well, he was on his phone.
This one ought to sound like I'm about in your lap.
It does.
Yeah.
They've always said my shows were always good for that reason. It was like I was right up in your face. So here I be.
Well, you know, there's the police, you know, in my opinion, are needed, but they need to have a lot of the power that they've got taken away from them. You know, like when that guy a while ago that was drunk. If you're drunk and driving, in my opinion, you need to be taken off the road, because you're not only putting your life in danger, you're putting other people's lives in danger.
Can I ask you about something, Ronnie? You know what cruel and unusual is?
Hey guys,
I have some ideas of some minor cruel and unusual punishment. However, I don't feel that it's that cruel, and it wouldn't be that unusual if people just do it. You remember the stocks? They'd lock you right around your neck and your wrists in a standing kind of bent over position. I think that every courthouse needs about 4 of those built permanent, standing there in concrete. And on Sunday afternoon, after Sunday school, in the early afternoon, rain or shine, I think that they should get some of these petty crimes, some of this little bullshit that they'd normally send someone to jail and make a couple tens of thousands on and make the taxpayer pay for. I think we should put them in those stocks, pull their pants down, and bust their ass right in front of God and everybody right on a courthouse lawn. And I guarantee you a lot of this little tiny bullshit will go away immediately, because I don't know about you, but that embarrassed me so bad I wouldn't dare go back out, let alone
no kidding. And have their name up on the stocks, you know, in big letters, so everybody can see who it is.
Front page of Monday morning's newspaper is all the bare asses from Sunday afternoon.
Damn right.
How great
with
was
names.
That? Just a collage of bare asses right there across the front page.
Ooh, and
see your own, wouldn't it? What a mugshot.
And you know, the thing is, with them pants or thing pulled down, if you bust their ass, they might just shit everywhere. So that'd be a bonus, I guess.
Yeah, well, especially when they had to clean it up, or they had to come back and be busted every day until they cleaned it up. We just have some fun with that.
There you go. There you go. But yeah, you know, that might just work. I think embarrassment like that would, and plus, can you imagine what it feels like to be in one of those things for 24 hours or whatever?
I couldn't even begin to imagine. It would suck, though. I guarantee it. You wouldn't like it.
Hell yeah, it definitely would.
it'd be putting them in a prison where, and I don't know all of them, guys, so I know there's some people that might get a little upset with me if they've been in prison, and I have not. So please know that I'm coming at this from an ignorant hillbilly on a muddy hillside standpoint, the best that I know. But it seems like a lot of prisons, they're doing everything they can to make life as perfectly as comfortable as like normal life without being. And I guess I don't really understand the idea of taking a man who didn't really do much wrong and sticking him in another place and then trying to make it just like his life on the outside, except you only pay him $1 for every 20 that he might have earned until you're not in favor.
Yeah. And I've never been to prison, but I've been to county and I've been to jail, but it's been 20 years.
What
also.
did you learn there? Some of us get there and realize that we would do anything not to ever go back. And if that means we have
that's exactly what happened with me. Cause I was like, yeah, I don't ever want to come back here again, man.
You know what's
Greg
crazy?
Hunter, hello. I'm sorry, Terry.
Oh, you're fine, Ron. You're fine, Ronnie. Yeah, some of them crazy bastards, man, they like to get in there like, hey, George is down on Right Main, you know, and they'll like want to get back in there because so-and-so's still in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I met people that get out and purposely get caught to go back.
I actually have a friend. I actually have a good
on the
friend.
inside.
He come out and we were talking one night and he said, this sucks out here. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, man, in there, if you needed something, I was the guy you came to. I had it. I could get it anywhere. Anything you needed, I was him. He said, once they release me, I'm just a nobody again.
Huh.
Pretty sad if you have to go to prison to find yourself, but there you go.
No kidding.
I guess it has happened.
Absolutely. Well, for me, my way of looking at it is, like I said, we need cops, but I think a lot of the powers that they have need to be taken away from.
I think our biggest problem's in the courts, isn't it, Ronnie? Not really with the police themselves in particular, but right above them in the court system is where it seems like 99% of the corruption is bred from and seeps from.
I agree, but what I'm saying is that when the cities make laws and they have all these laws, that like spitting on a sidewalk or something like that, and I'm not saying people, but I'm just saying using that as an example.
Right.
Those kind of things need to be taken out of cities, and even write tickets. I think the tickets ought to be done away with. There's lots of things that need to be changed. But that's just a couple of examples.
Well, I always use speeding as an example. Do you think that when they write speeding tickets that it makes people slow down? Do you think it makes them safer so that they write less tickets as time goes on? If not, then why the hell are we allowing them to charge us for it? And it's not that I agree with speeding. So I don't agree with reckless operation and shit. I don't have a problem if you're speeding. There's nothing wrong with speed necessarily. Speed, like guns, don't kill. Stupid people behind the wheel do. So be careful out there. But yeah, I mean, charging people money for everything they do wrong, it doesn't really go back to the person. It doesn't help anybody anywhere. It just somehow gets in judges, lawyers, somewhere in the court system. All that cash gets lost in there. And then a lot of times we taxpayers are the ones that pay once it hits the court system. We're paying for the public pretender to come out and pretend that it's all going to be good as long as you plead guilty to this shit.
Yeah. You got to plead guilty. And that's the thing. The courts, all of them are crooked. It's the way the system is set up. So all that works from the top down. And the thing is, police is just another word for policy. That they kind of shortened it around. So what it is the policy of the mayor, the city council, that made these damn laws to begin with in a lot of cases.
They are the enforcers. Policy enforcers.
That's exactly right. So I just think that a lot of it needs to be changed. They shouldn't be able to write tickets. Now, one place I would want them to write tickets at myself would be like if you're speeding through a school zone or something, because you don't want. I definitely don't want a kid hurt. I seen one get run over one. It wasn't in the school zone, but nevertheless, I saw a kid get run over and killed one day.
It may come to it, Ronnie, where it's, not necessarily issuing tickets, but maybe punching the person driving right square in the teeth until you break their two front teeth out, taking their car away from them and not allowing them to have one again. Something like that.
Yeah.
Might actually stop the problem rather than just taking money out of their pocket. And hell, if they got the money, they'll just pay it and speed through the next one anyway. You know what I mean? So like that's what I'm trying to say is it's not that I don't agree they should have to be punished. The problem is this cash for punishment system is not, you'd be punished unless you can pay us this amount of dollars, right?
Yeah.
And it really doesn't. There's no reformation. There's no reason for someone to think about what they may have did wrong. All they can think about is how bad they hate the system and the cop for charging them money for getting caught doing it.
Yeah, Devil Dog says traffic fines are a big for your industry in every state.
Right.
What kills me is that, especially out here, I'll be driving on the highway and the speed limit's 55 and I'm doing like 62, 63. And then in my rearview mirror, I see like 6 or 8 motorcycle cops and they're just like, they got to be going at least 80 and just fly right by you. And it's like, wow. And then 2 miles up the road, they're on the side of the road pulling people over for going 5 over when they were just flying by you going 80.
They had to get in front of all you speeders to catch y'all, damn it.
Right. Yeah. It's like, so, okay, do as I say, not as I do. We're going to punish you for doing what we're doing.
Had an interesting interaction with a highway patrol one time. I used to work for a Taco Bell, and he and his family had come in. I had asked him to tell me an interesting story about being a highway patrol. He was telling me that he was sitting north of Columbus on 71 going north out of Columbus. And he said, I don't pull people over unless they're at least 10 over. And he said, most of the time I won't do that. He said, unless it's that one idiot in the left lane passing everybody all the way up the highway. He said, but this particular morning, there was a group of 4 or 5 cars that were doing at least 15 over. And he said, all I did was activate my lights and pull out. And he said, as soon as I pulled out, he said, the guy in the rear just pulled over, the last one. He said, so I pulled in behind him. He said, I went to walk up to the car. And he said, the guy was already leaning out the window, screaming and cussing me, all these other people doing it. And you're just going, and all this stuff. And he said, I get up to his window and I'm trying to calm him down. Like, sir, please stop. Please calm down just a second, sir. I have to ask you something. I understand that you're upset with me because you think I picked you out of the group, but I want to ask you a question. Did you ever go fishing? And he said he immediately started screaming and cussing me again. And he said, like, look, calm down and just answer the question. I promise you the point is valid. And finally, he gets the guy calmed down just enough to where he's like, yes, I've been fishing, but what's that got to do with it? He said, did you catch all the fish or did you just take the first one that bit? And he said the guy didn't say another word. He handed me his information. We concluded the stop. I gave him a warning and sent him down the road. He said, but he was, he said, but I was planning on passing the whole group and taking out the leader. He said, but whenever I activated my lights and pulled out, he just went ahead and pulled over. So I pulled him behind him. So guys, the lesson here, don't volunteer. Just make sure it's you they want.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Don't give yourself up. Don't run, but don't give yourself up.
How many of those so-called safety violations out there are worth a ticket? Like they see your mirrors cracked, or you have a crack in your windshield, and all for your safety.
Or your tag is dirty.
Right.
Give you a ticket for a dirty tag.
It's for your safety as they have you pulled over on a highway when cars are flying by you going 50, 60 miles an hour.
Literally robbing money from your pocket. Literally robbing money out of your pocket in the form of a ticket, they say.
Well, they're only supposed to go. I know I used to work for it's called the City of Richardson. The city was named Richardson. And I worked there for a while back when I was way younger than I am now. But at least for them, the cops couldn't go. I think it was either 5 or 10 miles an hour over the speed limit was all that they could do. I don't care how much the emergency was or how big. They could only go that much over the speed limit. So, I don't know if it's that way in every other city or not. But that's what it was there and then. And that's the way it ought to be everywhere, if you ask me. If you got to speed a little bit, well, for an emergency, that's one thing. But to speed, just going to catch somebody 80, 20, 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, no. And then giving a ticket for a broken tail light or some shit like that. I just think
that's the question.
Wrong.
That's the question I should have asked for the poll. But it's for me anyway, but I guess I assume everyone, but even if you didn't do anything wrong, you kind of get your gut, once you get pulled over, you scared because it's like, oh, that's the law. And
right.
you're supposed to feel. I was raised that you're supposed to feel safe when there's a police officer around, but even if you don't do anything wrong and you get pulled over right away, you're like, oh shit, you get anxiety and you're scared.
Well, man, you have to know. I probably have been closer to more police officers than most people will ever be in their active lives, right? Because the average person really doesn't have a police interaction very often. Some have never had one. Me, I go seeking that. So not only have I had them on the side of the road, out in the street, accident scenes, I have been to the police station. I've sat down across the desk from the chief and some of these captains and sergeants, and I've done ride-alongs. I've rode in their cars for entire shifts, to get an idea of what it's like. And I have to admit, even though I feel that we have a rapport established to where like they don't see me as an enemy, I still, if they pull out behind me, yeah, I'll pull over the first chance I get, pull into the first parking lot or something and just let them go on. I don't want them following me. You give them a reason long enough, they'll find one. That just seems to be the way it works, doesn't it? Nobody really wants to be followed by the cop.
No shit. Devil Dog was saying, and I don't understand exactly what D-Dog is saying here. He says every state has an official accept plate.
I think he meant exempt.
Laws. They might be.
I think he might have meant exempt, but
yeah, they're definitely exempt here, no doubt about it.
Our city,
Clay. Anytime I ever got pulled over, I was DUI, so I can't argue. Well, yeah.
Our city and safety vehicles here don't even have to be plated. There's already law in place for that. So our the fire department, the police department themselves could get by with rocking with no plates.
For me and out here, for the most part, I can't complain because, well, I guess it's, back to blue till it happens to you. I guess it's never happened to me out here, but I know there's corrupt, but in different ways, like I'm not so worried about, like in Michigan, if I were to drink one beer and then drive anywhere, I'd be freaked out. Like, oh man, I'm going to get pulled over. I'm so screwed. But yeah, out here, I'm never worried about getting pulled over.
So out there, you can just get soused and stagger your way home, be all right.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that because don't drink and drive is not a good thing to do. But
well, remember that day you were live, Steve, and you and Nina were walking through a park or something there by the ocean, and this guy was drinking. I think he had his beer, if I remember correctly, sitting on the wall.
Yeah, we were in Waikiki, and he was like a tourist or something.
Yeah.
And we thought he was homeless, but yeah, he just had it wasn't even a beer. It was like one of those Mike Hard lemonade type, looked like an iced tea or something. And yeah, they ticketed him.
Since you mentioned her, say hello to Nina for me when you get the chance.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, she's not feeling good, so she's been resting. But
then send her my well wishes, and everybody else out there. If you pray, do that for her. If you don't, just send some well wishes. Good energy. It always helps.
Yeah, I agree with that, Terry. Prayer is one of the best things a person can do for anybody, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And like I say, if you don't pray, if you don't believe in prayer, just turn your attention in a positive way that direction. And it's kind of the same thing. It all works out, It's all about energy, vibration, frequency.
I think that's what we're going through right now. A lot of it, the whole world, it's about the energy vibration.
Bad vibration.
If you invest, you invest your energy in positivity, positive things are going to happen. If you invest it in being negative, then don't complain about how bad your life sucks.
But the problem, Steve, is the negative people are unable. See, the positive things seem so little now because all they can see is negative. So therefore, every little tiny thing is negative, even though a lot of us would look at what they're cussing about and think it really wasn't that big of a deal. Right. But when you get stuck in that negative, it's like a negative feedback loop, man. You get stuck in that negativity. I used to be there for a good chunk of my life, and I hated everybody and everything. And there was nothing in the world, heaven, earth, hell, that I didn't absolutely hate. And so, you get stuck where you can't see the positives. If you can just learn contentment in your life, because you can't expect to be in control of more until you can be content with what you have, even if that's nothing. You have to find your center balance and start there and work your way up, Start looking for those positive things.
And that's what I figured out when I decided I didn't want to keep going back to county jails and living that way. And that's what I figured out, that even when bad things, that's why I always say everything happens for a reason. Even if it's a bad thing, that's when I figured out that you have to take something from the bad thing. Like you have to learn from it. You know what I mean? Like, and real quick, I want to shout out Irons Man. Aloha, brother. I just met this guy, maybe 2 weeks ago. Great guy out here in Oahu. So, yeah, go to his channel and check him out. He's got good videos.
I like the name, Steve. Irons Man.
Irons Man, yeah, from Iron.
I bet you do.
Ironton, Irons Man. But yeah, great guy, man. Really good dude. And right there, negativity and stress are deadly. Yes, they are.
And the more negative you are, the more stress, of course, you'll be under. That fun little, what they call it, cortisol, the stress hormone. And, listen to me, it sounds like I know something.
Man, I agree. I tell you what, back when I was younger, I would get mad at the least, particularly when I was drinking. I'd get mad at the least little thing, wind up in fights, wind up in jail. And but getting out of that, that frame of mind and not drinking anymore, for me, was the best thing in the world, because I couldn't drink 1 or 2 beers and stop. I mean, I went crazy with them, and I didn't want to drink at home. So I was out, at a bar or something, drinking, getting drunk and shit. And and with me, alcohol makes me, it made me mean, man. I mean, it just flat made me
I was
mean.
just going to add. So it does to you what hard liquor does. That's why I don't drink hard liquor. If I drink hard liquor, it's just...
So to sense an asshole, just add alcohol and stir lightly.
That's right. You had a big asshole with me. I'm here to tell you, man. I'm so glad.
The funny part is it all comes down to perspective. Like alcohol is what caused the diminished perspective, right? But it all comes down to perspective. And I always tell a little story to get my point across. If you were to walk up to me with an egg in your hand, just a regular old chicken egg you picked up out of the refrigerator, you walked up and said, "How hard will I have to throw this egg against that concrete to break it?" My reply would be, "I don't care how hard you throw that egg, that concrete will not break." And so you see how perspective changed everything.
Be one hell of a hard egg, wouldn't it, Terry?
Wouldn't it, though? And you'd have to throw it pretty fucking hard, too.
You sure would.
Just throwing concrete against concrete don't always break either piece.
That's right. Might throw your arm out or shoulder out.
I know. I had to run a jackhammer a couple of weeks ago to do that.
You guys got to remember, I'm only about the height of a good 80-pound sack of concrete.
I tell you, I don't know if I could do what you do or not, Terry. I mean, to go out, and watch the police arrest somebody. I mean, if it's drunk, that's one thing, and driving. But if a guy has been drinking, and I've seen this happen many times to my friends and to me, you had a few beers, you're not doing anything wrong, but you're out in public, and they arrest you for drunk in public.
Right.
That to me is just.
Well, I will say that I have watched Ironton Police. There's got to be some video footage on my channel of it on more than one, but I wouldn't be able to tell you which ones. But I have seen it many times personally where they have pulled someone over. They were intoxicated, but rather than necessarily arresting them, they had them park the car and they had a ride show up on scene and give them a ride home. I have seen that break given quite a bit. I have actually personally even parked the car. They allowed me to park the person's car, and then I have given them a ride home on a few different occasions. So
that's the way it all works.
It don't happen that way enough everywhere else. You know what I mean? But
that's what I mean. That's what it should be like. But I've never been lucky enough to have been in a position like that.
This is very small town too. Very, very small.
I'll tell you, this happened to me twice. Me and this same guy were together 2 different times, and he's a good friend. But and I was driving, and we had been drinking. He had been drinking all day long, and this is about midnight when I got pulled over. I had only had 4 or 5 beers. This guy was drunk out of his mind. They pull me over and take my ass to jail for DWI, and let him drive my car home both times. He couldn't hardly get around to the driver's side to get in. He was so damn drunk, stumbling and staggering everywhere. But that definitely happened to me twice. I got 2 DWIs with him in there, and they let him drive the car both times. I thought, man,
they just didn't like you, did they?
I guess not. I thought, why do y'all take a guy to jail? I mean, I can see him taking a guy to jail that's drunk driving, but to let a guy drive the car home that's drunker than the guy they arrested doesn't make a bit of sense to me.
He said, "Did you see that speed limit sign back there?" He said, "Hell no, I'm too drunk and was going way too fast to have noticed that."
Well, the last one I got, last DWI I got, we had been to, like I said, it's about midnight. We had been to the beer store, was coming back, and I went through the country, so that hopefully I wouldn't get stopped. Well, I pulled up to a stop sign from a gravel road. I was on a gravel road, and this highway patrol comes driving by on the paved road that I was going to turn on. And so I turned, after he went by, I turned and got on the road, on the highway. And he whips around. I hadn't gone 100 yards. He whips around and pulls me over. And I asked him, "What'd you pull me over for?" He said, "Because you was all over the road." I said, "I just got on the road." This is total bullshit. But that's the night one of the nights that they let my drunker friend drive home. I mean, the guy was so drunk. I was afraid he wouldn't get home in my car, man. Actually, it was my wife's car. But
well, it's like that one dude that got pulled over and he was speeding, and cop comes up. He's like, "Why I pulled you over?" And the guy's like, "Man, I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. I've been drinking all day. I'm drunk off my ass. I got a kilo of coke. I killed my wife. Her body's in the trunk." And the guy's like, "Whoa, shit!" So he calls all these, and then the other cops show up. And then the lieutenant or the sergeant comes up and he's like, "Hey, we searched your car and, everything's good, and he's like, "Yeah, I know." Next thing you know, the guy's going to say I was speeding.
Right. Damn lying cop.
Lying cop.
Lied to his superior, didn't he? Told him he had a body in the trunk and all kinds of
stuff. He told his sergeant he had killed his wife and all kinds of crazy shit.
Hey, we got to figure out a way to get Craig to focus here. He's not focused. Focus, Craig. Focus.
I think Craig's going to get us another strike, boys.
Yep.
So I have a question. I have not been able to make it to many of these, and when I did, it was usually me popping in, saying hi. You guys have seen me drop in the chat every now and then. Mm-hmm. Do you have a particular topic, or do you guys just get to sit around, talk about whatever the hell you want?
Just anything and everything.
Well, it must be nice. I want to do that too. That's great.
Yeah, we always kind of let the guest, lead us wherever they want to go, and to me that's what the show is about. And then, like the name says, it's unfiltered. So
right,
go anywhere you want to go.
Well, I didn't exactly have a direction. Usually I drive around in circles all night, guys. I don't have a direction, I drive a lot of empty streets, man. I would hate to see, I have not thought about it. I'd hate to actually try to see how many miles I've actually put on my little car in 2 years, driving empty streets, and a lot of times
do a lot of driving.
Don't know where they are. They're at the station. doing absolutely nothing, but why sit there and just film cars? So, I just go driving, so we'll just talk to the chat and drive.
I know you haven't dropped into my chat in a long time, Terry.
I can't find you, man. Every time I find a channel, it gets shut down. There's been like 4 or 5 channels that I've been subscribed to, and then it's gone. You're the only person I know who disappears more than most magicians.
I know. You know what? Just about everybody has given me a wrench wherever I went. They give me a wrench, and a day later, I'd lose my channel, and so then I don't got a wrench on a lot of people's channel now, which I don't really care, but
it messes with your head because you're like, sweet, I finally found Ronnie again, good, and then like 2 days later, you're like, I swear I just found him the other day. I swear I just found, man, my mind's playing tricks on me, right. And then it's like, no, you found me, but yeah, they took me down again.
I actually had someone ask, so why does he keep getting his channel shut down? I said, because he can't keep his fucking mouth shut. That's why he keep getting shut down, because he just says what he wants. They don't know.
Well, you know what I believe in is getting the truth out, at least as I see it. And I definitely don't see it the way the mainstream media does. That's for damn sure. I love my country, and I love my family. I just want things to be like they should be, like God meant it to be. That's all, like our Constitution, our first Constitution called for. That's all I want.
I think you're a lot like me. It's not that it's not exactly that we love our government or that we love our country, but we love our countrymen. We absolutely love our countrymen, and we want to stand together, united, and make this a better place. And it has nothing to do with political agenda or news media or world government. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with me and you and our neighbors.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. But they've taken the whole thing, and I don't know if you call it degraded, polluted, what the word would be, but they have definitely screwed our country and the world up.
Well, they've demoralized the shit out of it. They're any moral word is looked at as if it's just judgmental and harsh, whenever like everybody knows yes is yes and no is no, and you have to be able to judge good from bad. But yet they all well, you can't judge. Well, the hell I can't. Have to, They
want to do the judging for you.
There are certain things that are moral. And I don't, if you want to go biblical, we can do that too, but it's not necessary. There is a moral standard by which life should be lived. And we seem to have lost a lot of that. Like there really isn't much for moral standing anymore.
We have definitely lost a lot of the morality in this country. When they let men go into women's restrooms and things like that, make it legal for them to go into.
How demasculated are we that some of our men think that they're fucking women, Ronnie? What happened to men that they are so demasculated that women think they have to be men because men don't fucking know how anymore? What happened?
Good point. Man, that's a good question. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't have no answers, but I got a lot of questions, man. I see some crazy shit in the world, and it makes me really wonder because there's probably only like 10 or 15 of us real men left who like just really will not stand for certain things. Everybody else will curl up and roll over.
Well, it kind of, for me, it kind of goes back to the border here again, but and not just the border. It's just an example, but somewhere along the line, we have all got to, if we want to keep our country, and not live under pure evil, we have got to stand up and get our country back somehow or another. And whether this thing on the border is real or not, it's a good place, for the people to stand up and say, we're tired of this bullshit. We want our country back. We want it ran right, the way it's supposed to be under the Constitution. And
the problem is everybody else that wants that thinks that they're going to vote it out, though. They don't realize we've been voting for 200 years and all it's done is turn into this. Apparently, voting for this guy or that guy won't change that.
No, it ain't.
Together and redress government properly. Babe, hold on.
Isn't the government supposed to work for us?
Supposed
That's
to.
The impression I was always under.
No, that's the exact truth. They're supposed to, and that's the whole problem. With the border here, is when the federal government don't do their job, the states, created the federal government, not the other way around. And
the states are not owned by the government. I thought that we were never truly one gigantic country. We were a bunch of individual city-state countries. We were a bunch of individual states who have decided that under a certain contract or piece of paper, we on these issues and in this way are united. Everything else, according to the document that we all agreed to, was left up to each individual state, which is what the original Civil War was fought about, was states' rights. It wasn't about slavery. It was about the state's right to choose. And here we find ourselves right back at one of those, we're way past it because the states most of them just seem to fall in line, do what they're told these days, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, no kidding. Well, like the Supreme Court supposed it, or which they didn't order or say that Texas had to let them in there. What they did was they sent that case back to the Fifth Circuit, for whatever. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak to it exactly, but I just know that it wasn't like people think it is. So, but you're right, but if the people don't stand up and take the country back, no one. I mean, we're going to lose it. That's just all the hell there is to it. Now the question is, how do you do that? Without starting a war?
I wish I knew, because it's not about us. The last time that I know that there were a decent number of people who thought something like that was a good idea, them fuckers there in Washington, D.C. tried to call it insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to infiltrate that and make it look like it was a lot worse than it was. Everybody should be fucking very well aware of what happened. And they tried to label all of us, people like me and you, that we are insurrectionist bastards and worthy of death. We're traitors, we're treasonous, and we're terrorists. You know, that's how they labeled that. And it's terrible, but that's kind of where we're at. I don't know that it should be able to be done without a shot fired. Why? Because we are the people, and we the people are the ones with the power. That was the original purpose.
Yeah, and that's the hope.
But we have to stand up and be that responsible, courageous. I don't care to take a bullet between the eyes right now. I will die a free man. You will not take my freedom from me. That whole give me liberty or give me death wasn't just some cool shit in the last line of a movie that the hero said. They meant that shit. You know what I mean? And we have to mean that too. And I don't think there's enough people left who even understand what it means to say it, let alone what it might mean to give life in search of it.
That's right. And, you know, like you said, if we don't all stand up, and the thing is, you know, Texas is what I guess what you'd call the crown jewel in the voting thing, because Texas always votes red. So if they, I think that's one of the reasons they're letting so many illegals, you know, helping so many illegals come in here, is they want to. If this is all true to begin with, the reason they're letting them come in is because they want to steal Texas, you know, the vote, so that they can control Texas again. If they do that, man.
Could it be something as crazy as, I mean, I guess they could use it for that too, but what if a lot of these military-aged men coming across that border are actually here for a completely different purpose, and they are prepared for war?
I think that is definitely what a lot of them are doing. Yeah, I know.
So, you know, it may be a civil war only because we're fighting in our front yards, but it may not be against the people that we think it is, or at least not directly. Be one of those by proxy wars. You know how it is. You know, you arm some rebels and send them in, and you know, and they become Al Qaeda or Taliban or some shit. You know, you go.
I was reading a report just a day or two ago, said that the cartels have control of almost every major city in the country, if not every one of them.
Would anybody actually be surprised by that? I swear, man, all the mafia did was take its racket into the insurance game, and I'm like auto insurance. Think about it. Every 30 days, I got to go pay these pricks for their protection, even though I don't fucking need it. Now, after I've paid out a 6-month or a year policy, why don't I just get to keep that policy for the rest of my life until I need to cash it in? Why do I need to buy one all the time? Are they actually not providing a service at all? I'm just handing them money just in case they have to provide one. That's
what it is.
Ridiculous.
That's exactly what they do. Exactly.
In the state of Ohio, it's supposed to be illegal to charge someone for a product or service they do not receive. But the idea of insurance is exactly fucking that. It's a fantasy. It's an idea that doesn't exist unless you ask them to cash in. Ain't that funny?
Yeah. Chap, I hadn't shown it to him yet. Let me show it right quick.
I know. I was gonna say what I got to see it now.
Let's see. Chap made this for me, I guess today or whenever. See if I can get it to come up there now.
And everybody hang out too. I'm gonna give 5 more memberships in a couple minutes.
Can you see that, Steve?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
That's one Chap made. The new logo.
Nice.
There you go. Don't tread on me.
I like that Gadsden in there, and
so now I got to figure out how you swap them out, because I have no idea how the hell you do it. And I just now noticed that he got me with my Texas shirt on. All right.
Did you that's in your email right there?
Yeah.
Go on, put your cursor over the top of the picture, and then it should there should be a little arrow in the corner where you could hit download or save or download to your computer.
Put it over the picture. No,
in the email. if you put it over the picture, you should be able to save it or download it to your computer.
Should be able to right click it maybe and have those options.
Or right click it and hit save.
Click save as, and you'll be able to save it anywhere and under any title that you want.
Well, it says open image, and new tab, save images, copy image.
Save images. Yeah.
Click on it, right click it.
But pay attention where you're saving it to, so you'll find it later.
Yeah. And then left click on the save image as.
Okay. And so now I got to figure out where the hell to put it.
No. And so but once you save it, now here on StreamYard,
if you want to make it really easy and it doesn't matter, you could save it straight to your desktop, and it'll always just be right when your computer's loaded up. It'll always be there.
That's what I did. It said I didn't know I even had a file set up, but I do. So anyway, it says Ronnie's personal, so that's where I put it at. I didn't know I had a Ronnie's personal.
Okay. So now that you did that, Ronnie, go in the StreamYard side, and at the bottom where the little box on the bottom is, and there's those 3 dots.
Click
on in the StreamYard part below the main thing, how it's got me, you, and Terry down there. And then on your box in the bottom, click the 3 dots.
I don't know which one's my box.
The one with you.
You talking about
StreamYard, the StreamYard side.
Yeah, I'm on StreamYard. You talking about where we're at right now? StreamYard?
Yep.
Okay. And
so at the bottom, you don't see 4. You don't see the 4 boxes at the bottom, the 4 separate smaller boxes.
Oh yeah.
So that one, the smaller box of you, click the 3 dots.
Yeah.
And then hit edit audio avatar.
Edit audio avatar. Okay.
And then choose that image.
And then hit the plus. There'll be a thing that pops up, and then there's like a plus sign. Hit that, upload avatar.
Okay. Now, it took me to. Okay, I think I got you.
Yeah, and then your thing should pop up that you just saved.
Well, it ain't doing it now. Where the hell did it go?
Damn computers.
Well, I'm telling you, for me, it's a damn shame because I'm as dumb as a rock when it comes to this shit.
But see, you are learning. See, Steve is able to slow down, and I would have to literally start doing it with the mouse to tell you step by step. I can do it, but to sit and just instruct somebody without seeing it, I probably wouldn't be able to.
Right. Yeah, I still don't know what I'm doing either. I learn as I go, and then I just remember what I do know.
Okay, I finally found it. So it says apply. Do I hit apply?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's see if it changed it. Turn my camera
turn your
yeah.
Yep, there you go.
There you go.
Got him.
Right.
Nice.
Now you can look as pretty as I do, right behind the logo. I got one of those faces made for radio anyway, so I try to hide this ugly mug as much as I can.
Hey, you ain't by your damn self.
There's my pretty face for radio.
Well, there you go.
That looks just like Steve, don't you think, Terry?
Doesn't it though? Ain't a whole lot of difference, is there? Just the glasses. Just different glasses.
That's it, man.
Guys, I got a question. How the hell did we find each other? Do either one of you know? Because I was sitting here the other day, and you guys have to know that there are hundreds of channels and thousands of people that I have communicated with in a couple years due to Ironton Auditor, the channel, and you guys are mixed up in that mess. And I was trying to think about how I had gotten to certain people in certain places, and you guys are on the outskirts of another spot, and I just can't remember how either y'all found me, I found you. I'm not sure how that happened.
Well, the weird thing is, most of the time I ask the same thing, like, how do we even, come across each other? But I remember with you, because and I'll say it this way: I used to follow Delete Laws.
Oh, good deal.
But I don't anymore. But I found you from watching him, and then I started following you, and then all that fun shit that happened. And I was like, wow, this guy's not you, but this guy's in Delete Laws. Like, man, this guy's pretty narcissistic, if you ask me. But
he's
and then
definitely.
I've been following you ever since. So.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I didn't know if it was that or if it was Doc and Clay's show. That must have been how I found Ronnie. Then must have been through your channel, Ronnie and Big Chap, and at one point there were a couple others in there here and there at different times.
Yeah, I think Terry, best I remember it anyway, it's back when me and Steve were doing karaoke and stuff well, I don't know how many times we've done it a week. And not only just karaoke, we just come on, and have fun. But
right.
I think that's where I met you. It was on one of those shows.
Okay, it might have been whenever I commended Steve's show. That could have very well been. Could have very well. I just try to remember how we've gotten to where we are. Not that it really matters. I'm certainly happy and honored to know both of y'all. I think pretty highly of y'all and try to catch y'all. Ronnie, fuck, I can never find you. After a while, I quit looking. I didn't know where to find you. So I just know that if I can get a hold of Steve, I can get a hold of you if I need to, I think. So.
Well, I'm going to send you I'm going to put my link in the chat right now, Terry, so that you can subscribe. If you want to, you can subscribe.
Please, well, please do, because now that I'm back on my PC, I'll be able to do something with that. When I was on my phone, I'm phone stupid. I can work a PC, but the phone is alien to me.
Well, I heard that. Everything's alien to me.
And for anyone in chat, if you're not subscribed to Ironton Auditor, I pinned the link to his channel at the top. Definitely check him out. Great guy. That's
you should always give a disclaimer. People, I think, when they read Auditor, they have this idea of what they think they're going to find when they get to my channel. And when they get to my channel, they don't find anything at all like they thought they might see. It's a completely different, flavor. So
yep, and that's the difference. There's different. I don't know.
There's my link, Terry, in the chat right there.
Thanks, sir. Auditing, because I mean, you have auditors that do just go out to get a reaction and do purposely try to piss, and then there's just different levels, and Terry doesn't do none of that. Terry just records and
a lot of people have taken to call me more of a cop watcher and less of an auditor. But like I tell them, my auditing happens generally after the camera goes off. That's when if there's something that I need to speak to their supervisors about, that's when I'm doing that kind of thing, So, however, again, guys, you have to understand that Ironton is not exactly as Chili painted it, obviously. He blew a lot of things out of proportion. Anyway, there's just not a lot of
not just with you either. I watched him. Yeah, we basically know who he really is at this point.
Well, I would like to think that whenever I faked my arrest, it proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Chili is the biggest lying hypocrite that has ever lived to walk the face of the planet. He hates torture cuffs and cops and rape cages and doesn't think that anyone should ever be arrested or harmed in any way by anyone carrying a badge. And yet he was dancing with glee when he thought that I had been handcuffed and put into a rape cage and torture cuffs. He thought that was so it gave people a chance to see the real him, which is why we did it, and you guys seen that, like, I don't go around picking on Chili. I only mention him if he comes up in the chat or something during my show. It's not a thing for me. I don't care,
But this guy sounds like a real winner.
Constitutional scholar. He's a constitutional scholar.
Yeah, sure he is.
Yeah.
Sure he is. Scholar just means student, right? If I'm not mistaken, the word, it means student. So technically, anyone who desires to study the Constitution would necessarily be a constitutional scholar. But I don't think Chili understands that he would indeed actually have to read it and understand it before he would be able to be a scholar of it.
Well, this guy sounds like a real winner. I mean, I got to tell you, I don't know who he is. I've never watched him or anything, but never heard of him before till now.
Oh, shit, son. I'll tell you what, if you want to tell the truth, it's worth exactly what my channel's worth, which is nothing. I make about $4.27 a month in ad revenue.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing all the good in the world, ain't you?
They cut YouTube cut my legs off because I don't mind to say I don't give a fuck, and they don't like it because I won't say shit instead. But anyway.
You mean you tell the truth too, huh? And they don't like
Yeah,
it.
well, sometimes too much. And the problem is Chili is so overly dramatic and sensationalizes everything, whether it is or not. If you get caught up in that, apparently, man, there are obviously tens of thousands of fucking people that chomp at the every day waiting for him to upload a video so that they can go consume that and go nuts on it, man. I mean,
Really?
this proves it. So if you really want to be successful on YouTube, all you have to do is be a dramatic shit, a lying dirtbag human who can just over dramatize everything and make it seem like it's important, and people will pay you for it.
And be soulless and have no care whatsoever that if you screw somebody over, and just just be all about you. All about you.
Hey, there's Dreamy Lynn. Hello, Dreamy.
Chili is the only one on YouTube I have ever blocked.
Well, you know what? I don't even. First of all, aloha, Dreamland escaped the chains, and welcome. But I'm giving you a wrench just for that comment.
Dreamy, I usually see her over on Sovereign Souls channel. That's usually where I
Sovereign Soul, another great dude. I listen to him when I'm working sometimes too. He has a lot of people. I try to say hi once in a while, but his chat's going so fast, it's like they're not going to see it.
Well, if I'm ever there and I see you go by, I'll speak.
Yeah, but he has some good streams, good conversations.
Did you know that I actually spent time at his home with him and his wife when we faked that arrest? When we faked me getting arrested for Chili and all that, I went out.
Now that you
faked it, huh?
The true story behind that, guys, if you actually go back and watch that video, the whole thing is like 26 or 27 seconds long, and all it was is his neighbor, like literally we were less than 20 yards from David's front door in his neighbor's driveway. So in the video, if you pay attention, all it is his cop lights are on. He had only backed it up like 6 feet so we could stand in front of it between it and the garage door, and the cars are parked on both sides of it. And for some reason, if you're not paying attention, it looks like a narrow street, but it's just the guy's driveway. And so we filmed that 26 or 27 seconds. It makes it look like I'm arrested. And the next, well, not the next day, but the day after, I was out with that deputy and a few others, different law enforcement officers, a couple EMTs, and a 911 operator, and Sovereign and his wife. And we went to a rifle range there in Virginia and had a great afternoon throwing tons of lead downrange together. So, not only have I am probably a little different than most auditors because I am not unwilling to make a friend with a badge, right?
Well, no, you shouldn't be. I mean, that's where you should be, in my opinion.
Well, I'm willing to form an alliance, right? Because that's how it should be. I should be able to count on them. They should be able to count on me, right? And so, when it comes to trying to bridge the gap, I've actually, I think I've pretty much achieved that here, at least between myself and the Ironton Police Department. I think anybody that did it, if they really just want to talk to the Ironton Police, all you have to do is show up, walk in.
How big is Ironton, Terry, and how many days a week do you do that?
Oh, there's about
how big or how small?
There's about 10,500 people as far as population's concerned. It's a very, very small city. There's only 15 officers, including the chief, unless they've added one or two I don't know about. That's about where they maintain it. So, it's not a very big place, but our county seat is in Ironton too. So we also have not only the county courthouse, but the county sheriff's department just a block or two away from the Ironton Police Department. So sometimes some people get those two agencies mixed up and think one is the other when it's not. Ironton City actually doesn't even have a jail. Everybody who goes to jail goes to the Lawrence County Jail, which is, of course, once you're inside there, it's up to the deputies, and it no longer has anything to do technically with Ironton.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
How many nights a week or days a week do you go out and do it?
Well, I haven't even been out in quite a long time. There's really really not much need for me to be there. If they were pulling people over left and right, beating and tasing, there'd be people calling me. You know, they used to when there were stops when I wasn't in there, but you know, it's just not happening now. So I don't go out and waste my energy and gas on my car driving around empty streets to show you that they're empty. I figured that, you know, so I'm hoping to kind of remake myself kind of on YouTube, you know, to start a different channel so that, you know, it not only, it'll be kind of like this, where it'd just be raw, unfiltered conversation. You know, where we can talk about every topic and we don't have to give a damn whether anyone likes our opinion or not. It's not about us agreeing on everything. It's about us coming together long enough to hear each other's opinions.
That's right.
To agree on the things that we can agree to. Be able to disagree or agree to disagree on the things that we can, and still stand united and take care of shit, because it really doesn't matter if you're man or woman, black or white, gay or straight. It really doesn't fucking matter. We all want the exact same thing. We want to be able to live our life without that fucker over there being able to do anything about it. That's it. Right?
Yes. That's exactly what I was saying a while ago. Get back to the way the country was supposed to be when the Constitution was signed. You know, that's
all that little shit we can fight about later, can't we? All that little kid bullshit about, you know, I mean, if you want to be a woman, fine. I don't really care, but it's not the priority right now. Our country's crumbling. I don't have time to deal with stupid. Like, you know, we can argue about the other stuff later. There'll be plenty of time to fight. Damn. Let's.
You know, the only reason I care about men that want to be women, well, there's a couple of reasons, but one is that I guess it'd probably be the main one, is that all this stuff about men wanting to be women is a Satan. It's from Baphomet, I believe he's the one. Half he's a demon, you know, half man, half woman,
androgynous.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. You know, is they're worshiping Satan, you know, and putting it in our face is what they're doing. And the other thing that I'm totally against is, you know, letting little kids make their decision if they want it. Like a boy, 8 years old, says he wants to become a girl, and they let him do it. There was one here in Texas a few years ago. I think he was 8 years old, if I remember correctly. And I don't think he really wanted to, but his mom wanted to be, and I think he was listening to his mom. Well, his mom and dad were getting a divorce, so they did get divorced. And then when they finally got to court, his dad was fighting against him having the operation to become a girl. So they go to court, and the judge orders the little boy, you know, says it's all right, he can go ahead and have the operation. How in the hell, there ain't no way an 8-year-old kid is mature enough to make a decision like that. I mean, once you lose those things, they ain't coming back.
Right. I stand with you 100%. There's no fucking way a child should ever be able to make that kind of a decision for themselves. And anyone
if a child can't make it
in the nose.
If a child can't make a decision at what time he wants to go to bed, then he definitely cannot make a decision.
Right? Can't decide what the fuck to eat for dinner, what's nutritious, what's best for me. Can't decide what's best for me. That's why parents are there, and parents are saying, well, he can decide what's best for him. Well, who the fuck decided this and when?
Yeah. Can you imagine a parent wanting their little boy to have his thing cut off? I don't care which one it is.
Can you imagine being a little boy? I was a little boy, Ronnie. At no time in my life did I ever want my pecker cut off. I never even thought about it. It was never even, not for a second, I never thought, I wonder what it would be like if I cut this whole, twig and giggleberries off here. I never had that thought.
I was like, I'm probably going to need that later in life. Probably going to need that.
Well, Terry, talking about this, Chap and I had a discussion one night here several months ago about this, basically about the same thing. And he was telling about this guy that had that kind of operation. Well, he went to the doctor because he had and they made him into a woman down there. So he was growing maggots, and it don't ever heal up. So maggots get up in there. So this guy went to the doctor to get pills to kill those maggots. I mean, Chap had I don't know where he got it at, but he had the prescription.
I guess fly spray is waiting too late.
Yeah.
Can I say something to your chat really quick?
You certainly can.
Scott Hubert out there, sir. Thanks, man. He's always around, and I don't know why, but he thinks I'm a cool cat. And
you are a cool cat.
Just wanted to
Yep.
shout out to Scott.
You are a damn cool cat. And
Here, wait, real quick. I want to show everyone how cool of a cat Terry is.
Oh,
we're gonna out you right now, Terry.
This is what Terry does on his free time to help other people because he's a cool cat. He promotes other people in his town just to be a good guy.
Hey guys, Ironton Auditor with you today, and I wanted to show you a small business close to where I live. If you look up there, there's K&Z Bins and Pallets Wholesale. It's a great place to find some good deals, and I just happen to have the two owners with me today. Hello, sir. What's your name?
My name's Xander Hernandez.
Your name's Andrew?
Xander Hernandez.
Xander Hernandez and
Cadence Hernandez.
say that again.
Cadence Hernandez.
Cadence. I have Xander and Cadence right here. Here are the two owners of KZ Bins and Pallets Wholesale. Come and check them out. I'll give you all a quick walkthrough just to show you the kind of stuff that I'm looking at.
And this is cool what
You
these
got
kids got
Gatorade by the
going.
pallet in here, 10 for 10, all kinds of items. Pallet sales. You can even buy the stuff by the pallet if you decide to. So if you're in the local area and you get the opportunity, come and check it out. There's some really good deals in here, and you never know what you'll find. You might just find that perfect idea, that perfect gift, that perfect thing that you need for the right price. So come and check them out, guys. K&Z Bins and Pallets Wholesale with Xander and Cadence. That's right. Make sure. And I'll show you all the business card here. There you go. There's the number and the address right out here on 93, right beside the Dollar General that they just put in. I'm sure that the people living here in the local area know exactly where it's at. Make sure you stop in and check it out. Never know what you're going to find. Each day is a little bit different on the price there. I'll let you see that with the hours and everything. So again, if you're in the local area, make sure you check them out. And if you're not in the local area, hell, why not? Come and visit Ironton Auditor. Come and check this place out. You never know what you're going to find. Like I said, you might find the perfect gift. You might find a great deal. And if not, you're at least going to find some friendly people, and I can attest to that. So come and give us a look-see. Y'all have a great day. For the moment, Ironton Auditor out. I'll catch you on the next run.
Yeah, shout out to K&Z and Ironton Auditor for that.
Yes, Cadence and Xander. And you could tell my hearing aids were not helping me understanding that little feller, their voices, you know. So I was staggering, but it's Xander and Cadence.
They really own that.
Yes, they are the, I guess, quote unquote owner operators. He's trying to help them build their own rather than just handing to them what they think they deserve because they're the kid. At some point, people went and told parents that kids are the most important thing. And while that sounds logical, they ain't worth a shit until you raise them and make them productive members of society. If you as a parent don't do that, I'm sorry to tell you, your children are not worth a damn to anybody but you.
I totally agree. What?
Yep.
What's up?
It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it if you don't work for it. And that's where shit went south, is when parents just started thinking that I'll work my ass off and just give it to them. And then you're just handing them something they didn't earn. If you didn't earn it, they're not going to respect it. And then you got kids that want to cut their dick off, you know.
We used to cut our exhaust off to make it louder. They're cutting something completely different off these days, ain't they?
Damn sure are.
If they're talking about me, no, I'm not from Pike County, Kentucky. I'm from a little bit north of that, probably maybe an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half north of that in Ohio, Ironton, Ohio.
How far is Ironton from Findlay?
I have no idea. I don't even know exactly
I'll
where.
be not close to him because I don't know. Only thing I know about Ohio is I lived in Findlay, Ohio for like maybe 2 years, a year and a half when I was like 16. So
Steve's been everywhere, man. Steve's been everywhere.
Well, actually, he was in Michigan, which really is, let's see, it takes me about 6 to 7 hours to drive straight from here, you know, into the southern portion of Michigan.
Now, so you're like more South Ohio then.
I am right on if you look at the map of the state of Ohio and you go all the way to the bottom to the Ohio River and find the southernmost point, I'm not very far from that southern tip.
Okay.
We are right across the river from Kentucky and West Virginia. which is why people say, well, you don't sound like you're from Ohio. No, I sound more like I'm from Kentucky and West Virginia, but I actually am Ohio born and raised. So.
Right. Well, that's why you don't know Findlay, because Findlay's about 45 minutes south of Toledo. So,
well, I've drove through it or by it then for sure, headed that way, but it's never been a stop off point, I guess. I lived in
Lucky
Columbus.
Burrito. Aloha, Lucky Burrito. Good to see you. And Steve Cutler. Lucky Burrito and Steve Cutler.
Well, you know, you've been from Ohio now. You are in Ohio, right, Terry?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But, you know, it's kind of strange. You know, here we got a guy from Ohio and one from Michigan, and they're supposed to hate each other, particularly in football now.
Well, did you see the commercial years ago where the guy, he gets in a car, girl's driving, he gets in a car for a blind date. And they're going, just as she takes off, she says something about being a Michigan fan, and he just opens the door and rolls out of the car as it's going like 30 miles an hour. He rolls out of the car and down over the bank and jumps up and screams, "Go Bucks!"
I didn't see that, but it don't surprise me.
You know, I got to admit, guys, I'm probably the only hillbilly within 150 miles of this place who doesn't care whose ball it is, who's got the ball, how far they made it, or what size, color, or shape that ball is. I do not follow sports, if you can imagine that.
Yeah, I haven't followed sports in at least 10 years. But now I hear that Detroit Lions are going somewhere, so it's like, I'm not following, but I just know that Detroit's actually possibly may win something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I think the NFL is about to be exposed big time for all the phony crap they do.
Oh, now you're not trying to say the NFL's lying too, are you?
Yes, certainly.
Holy shit. What a statement. The NFL could be caught up in some kind of scandal. Holy sheep shit. With those many billions of dollars passing hands, I don't believe it. You know it's got to be true and on the mark. There's too much money involved.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem, I think.
Yeah.
That is exactly the problem. But no, they have a at least in most games, they have scripts, you know, if they go by. And so these games, they already know who's going to win and lose them, basically. Now, I don't know how the hell they do it, but,
kind of like a wrestling match.
Yeah, exactly like a wrestling.
The storyline.
Well, watch out now. We may have people in here that really believe that wrestling is true. So.
Well, they wouldn't be the first people to get mad at me, that's for sure. And if you think you're going to come all the way to Ohio and whip me, you might be right. And I ain't no bigger than a popcorn fart. So there you go.
Have to catch you first, so it wouldn't me.
Well, you know, I tend to be very fast because I am very small. So
there you go. There you go. There you go. No, but the NFL, and you know, I just wonder if college sports aren't the same way, you know, with the scripts and all. I'm not saying they are, because I don't know, but it when one is crooked, if the NFL is crooked, you know, and doing that shit, well, then to me, it just kind of stands to reason that college is too.
It's a possibility. Doesn't necessarily need to be that way, I suppose, because 90% of the kids playing college are not playing NFL anyway. Most of them ain't big enough. Couldn't if they wanted to.
Yeah, I ain't big enough or fast enough.
I mean, hell, I wasn't even big enough to play football in high school, let alone college, you know, and them college guys are nowhere, most of them, honestly, are nowhere near the size of like NFL players. These guys are freaking massive giants. Have you noticed?
Yeah, they are.
Huge.
They are.
They got body in places most of us don't even occupy space. You know, they are massive.
You know, with y'all know who Nick Saban is. He was the coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide for a long time, and I mean, had won more championships than anybody in history. Probably the best college coach ever. Well, he retired here a couple of weeks ago, and kind of find out. Now, I don't know how public this has been made yet, but kind of find out that he was on the Lolita Express. Now, I don't know how many times he's on there, but one time is too many. And so I think right before he retired.
Express. Are you talking about the Epstein plane?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't.
You know, and what's funny about it is just a few minutes before he retired, he was interviewing coaches, you know, to take the place of the coaches that were going other places. Just a few minutes before he retired, he was doing this. Then he retires. Well, that kind of tells me that somebody said, hey, you need to step down, brother, because things are going to happen that you don't want to be public. And so I think that's what happened. Of course, it ain't being broadcast publicly, but I think that's what it is. And he was definitely on that Lolita Express. At least from what I've seen. I guess there's always a chance that somebody faked that, but I don't think so. All I can say is, if your name is on the list, then you're as guilty as the next guy that went there.
Well, now that I can't attest to. I don't know if there may have been some people who went there for reasons that may not have been the reasons that everybody went there, but I wouldn't purport to know which one of those was which.
No,
you know
me either. And you're right. That's possible. But anytime that anyone is on that Lolita Express, I would say maybe there's one chance out of 1,000. That you weren't going there for that particular reason, but it seems to me that he was. And somebody's asking for your link, Terry. You got a link?
Yeah, it's pinned at the top. So
okay. Yeah, Ward, it's at the top.
I got it.
Hey, Ronnie, if you don't mind me asking, where are you from?
Texas.
Is that where you are now? Or are you still located in Texas?
Yep.
How you like it in Texas?
Well, I love Texas. I honestly do. I don't like what they say is going on at the border, of course. And I think our governor could have done a hell of a lot better job. And here's the thing about our governor. He was the attorney general under Bush, George W. Bush. And I hope everybody knows what George W. Bush turned out to be, a traitor. So, I don't think that a traitor is going to hire someone that is good, that is a patriot to be the attorney general. That's just my way of looking at things. I have no evidence that Abbott is anything other than a great guy. But I'm just saying, when you look at all the things that's happened ever since he's been in the public eye, it gives you plenty of reason for pause.
I wanted to mention something before I forget, because I come onto this little news story the other day because, I think it was 2 years ago. It might have been 3 in June. I guess it could have been more. They all run together when you get my age, don't they? Anyway, Ohio became what they call a constitutional carry state because apparently we just couldn't fucking live by the Constitution from the get. So these dumb sons of bitches called lawmakers had to decide that we had their permission to now carry constitutional, which means that anybody who's over the age of 21 and legally allowed to own and buy firearms are now legally allowed to carry said firearms, concealed or not. Doesn't matter. You need no permission, no license, and no checks or balances from anyone else. The interesting thing is there was a news story that went out from our attorney general and our governor, which proves that gun crime went down. You're damn right it did. And the reason because an armed society is a politer society. Two armed men don't normally try to pick a fight out of each other. It's just
for damn sure. For damn sure. John Dunning is asking, have truckers started to Texas yet? I don't know for sure about that, John. All I know is they're supposed to be here by February the 3rd, or at the border by February the 3rd. And what's funny about the February the 3rd deal is that there's supposed to be another, big cold front coming through here on that day with, a lot of snow and stuff like that. At least that's what they're forecasting now. Possibility of snow. Now, who knows what it's going to be like in Eagle Pass? I don't know, but
what if they control the weather too, sir?
That's exactly what I'm saying. They do, and I think it could very well be ran from HARP. Because remember what happened in 2021 with that big ice storm and it came through Texas here? Man, that was terribly. It was one of the
places were freezing and busting, and my buddy Roger Wakefield was showing me all kinds of videos about that.
Yeah, it was bad, man. And I think that's kind of what they got. I don't think it's going to be as cold as that, but if you add a lot of ice in with it, like freezing rain and stuff, man, I mean, that can wreck everything. And so I think that's what they're trying to do, because they're showing, on the weather, these they call it atmospheric river, but anyway, it's coming up, right across Texas, along with that cold front that's coming down. And so,
did you know that there are live active websites that you or I, if we have the money to pay for said services, we can go to them. They will come to our farm and make it rain. Did you know? Are you aware that service exists for everybody?
I knew that it used to. I didn't know it still does. No, how do they make it rain, Terry? Do you know?
Yeah,
apparently they use some kind of electric versus other chemicals, I guess, or whatever sprayed. I don't know. I didn't get too deep into it. I just know that there were a couple websites of companies who claim that they can make it rain. They've been doing it, have done it, have their own testimonials, and but you got to remember, like the idea of weather modification sounds ridiculous to the average person. They say, well, that's
it does.
But they don't realize that we already admitted to doing that back during Vietnam. That was the first time I remember them actually openly admitting it. Yes, we did everything we could to dump as many tens of thousands of gallons of water on our troops as well as theirs to demoralize them, right? We extended the monsoon season. And if you think that like that's the only time we ever did it and we just it wasn't important enough for us to learn any more about it, you know what I mean? Everybody knows the government does top secret things, right? The military industrial complex, they do things they don't tell you about. Right.
That's right.
Well, if they're talking about $100 bills, they can come make it rain on my house every day.
Hey, there's Chad. Hello, Chad. Good to see you, sir.
Chad Freeman.
Conspiracy.
That's
Unicorn.
crazy.
Hey, there's a lot of people up in here, ain't they? Hey, guys. Sorry, I missed you all. I've been involved in the conversation and hadn't read the chat so much.
I know. Usually I try to keep up with chat too, but it's too good.
I'm usually the one guy who always keeps up with chat, but
I know which blows my mind too, especially because you're driving, and it's like, how does he do that when he's driving?
Well, I can tell you what, it takes a hell of a lot of energy to do that for anywhere from 4 to 8 hours at a time. I can tell you, it takes a lot of energy. When I'm done, I'm zapped.
I would imagine.
I got to be careful. I'm driving in a very small town. At any moment, a cat, a dog, a kid, a woman, anybody could dart out in front of me. A car could come out of nowhere. You know how that kind of stuff happens.
Absolutely.
So not only, but I do have that in a holder up on the dash. I'm not holding the phone, and so I can glance at the chat when I need to, but luckily I don't have hundreds and hundreds of people in there. If I did, there's no way in hell I could keep up with the chat and drive. You know what I mean?
Well, you always impress me, man, because when I watch and I'll just say hi and I'm like, he's not even gonna see it, so I just want to let everyone know. And then like 10 seconds later, like, and there's Steve Harloha and Nina, and it's like, how does he do that?
Hell, he never said hello to me, not one time.
Did you ever make it in there?
Oh yeah, you said hello to. I've been in there several times. Terry.
Okay, I thought I had, but I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt. It might have happened that I have missed comments here or there. I mean, it definitely happens. Hell, I'm driving actively and trying to read a chat and respond. In real time. So,
most time I didn't figure you would see it. I'm like Steve. I figured because you was driving, you'd miss it. But no, most every time you caught it.
I do everything I can to mention every single chat member that I see, even if it's somebody that I don't particularly care for. I still try to make sure, like when Chad Freeman's comment pops up in my chat, I'm like, hey, Chad, how you doing tonight? Happy Tuesday. I hope you and yours are having a great night, sir. Those kinds of things, because I want my chat to know that the only reason I'm there is them. You think I'm out there for the police? Hell, we ain't seen the police in months. I haven't seen them out. So
I tell you what, John's got a good point here. He says the amount of illusion we live under is unbelievable. There is 1,000 years of history missing, and what we are taught is not what happened. No, absolutely no doubt about it, John. And you're right. There's at least 1,000 years of history missing. Damn sure is.
I can't report for how much, but I can definitely say that we are lied to by pretty much every single institution out there, whether it is religious and being in your church, or educational and being in your school, or political and being on your TV, radio, newspapers, magazines. It's kind of all the same. There is so much misinformation and lies that we have been taught as foundational doctrine type stuff, right? That we just believe in vain, and we're just easy lied to, guys. I hate to be the one to bust your bubble. We're just easy manipulated. We're really not as smart as we've been led to or allowed to believe that we are.
Right.
That's exactly right. Well,
I mean, but look at though, this guy right here would not lie to us, and I know there's an important message in here somewhere. I just don't know what it is.
Go teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the men in America unless you want to get the benefit.
Get the benefit.
What did a benefit? You mess with women in America and benefits.
What benefit do I get, and who from?
Yeah.
Chad said that I had said that, and then I look over. It's because his was the next one that popped in the chat as well. Like I picked him out and said even people I don't like. Oh, hey, Chad, how you doing? Chad, you know I like you. It's funny.
I tell you what, if you believe the Bible, which I do, then you gotta. And in the Garden of Eden is when Satan took over. When he took over, that everything from that day forward has been a lie, in my opinion.
You know what's interesting is I am an ordained pastor, Ronnie. I actually card carrying. However, I want everyone to understand right fucking now that I am absolutely unlike anyone you have ever met. And the only reason is because I have a different perspective. And I see and understand things on a little bit different level. The interesting thing about the Bible, the first two chapters, it's like, in the first chapters, there's this group, and they are Elohim. That's plural. There's more than one. It's we, let us, we will, our image, all this stuff. And then in the second chapter, it's like there's all of a sudden one out of the we, this Jehovah, this one who decides all of a sudden to now redo creation in a whole different order than what it was just done in chapter 1. It's almost like it's read through completely again in a different order and played out where man is now put in a garden. But anyway, I just thought it was very interesting that it almost seems to detail two complete separate creations, and people can take from that what they want. And I'm not saying whether it is or it isn't. I'm just saying that it's odd. And it was something that I never really paid attention to, until I just went back and started to read without trying to read in all of the things that I was taught from all the sermons and churches and places and people that I had talked to. Just went back and tried to read it as it states, Well,
really, as you mentioned that, Terry, there's been a lot of talk for a long time about Adam's supposed first wife, Lilith. Right. I don't know if Lilith actually existed or not. I mean, I'm not I hadn't researched into that or anything, but a lot of people have, and they say Lilith did exist, but she didn't want Adam. She didn't want to have kids or anything, and so she was taken away. And this part here that I'm going to say next really blew my mind, and that is that after Lilith, God supposedly created, I don't know, 20 or 30, maybe more women for Adam that he didn't like. And so I guess that,
so
God
Adam
killed him. I don't know, but
Adam had pick of the litter, huh? He's like, that litter ain't good enough. Well, hell, here's another 30. What do you think of them bitches?
There you go.
You don't like none of them either here. Have one of these.
Yeah, but the point of the story is that God was, if Adam didn't like this woman, well, he'd take her back and put her to sleep permanently. Now, who would know if that was true or not, because no one was alive back then.
I gotta wonder if maybe there wasn't more than one Adam. Now, see, the problem is I don't like the word race. I don't like it when people talk about racism, and I don't like how they think that we're not really different races. We're all the same race. We're all humankind. We're just different breeds, damn it.
Yes,
when a Rottweiler is mixed with a Chihuahua, you don't call it a cat. It's still a dog, right? It's still the same race. It's just
wouldn't that depend on what kind of pronoun they wanted to use that day? The dog and cat?
Well, that's a serious possibility. I don't want to get too politically correct. I might find myself agreeing with something.
I was just messing with you there, Terry.
But welcome to the desert of the real. Welcome to the true place in the world, where it is the world that is pulled over your eyes that truly blinds you to the truth. It is amazing that we live in that time when, as he said, the delusions are real. When people are so deluded, they believe things that are just so untrue. And there's nothing you can do to reach them. There's nothing you can show them. There's no proof whatsoever that exists to prove to someone who refuses to listen and or believe, right?
Exactly.
So, it's almost like a bunch of religious ideas have met in the center, and here you are, and no one is willing to bow out and research the other side to find out. Everybody kind of meets at the line,
Well, what you're talking about there is what the Bible talked about. They have scales on their eyes, and they don't hear. Right. Their ears are plugged up. They just hear what they want to hear. They got what the Bible calls itchy ears.
Well, remember, that was also why things were done in parables, so that hearing, so that seeing they couldn't see and hearing they couldn't understand, And there's a lot. I tell people the Bible, and it's not just the Bible. There are a lot of works that you could run to, and there are a lot of books that weren't contained in what we call, our Bible. But the thing is, if you just look through the Bible, sure, you're gonna. It's like being in a boat going across the top of the ocean. You're gonna see some of the beauty, the beautiful sky. You might see some dolphins and some waves and some pretty stuff. But if you don't ever stop that boat and drop an anchor, and literally jump underneath that boat, you're going to miss an entire world of things that you never knew existed.
Oh, for darn sure.
And scripture is like that, but the problem is the church and the guy in the tie behind the pulpit that claims to try to tell you how to interpret that. People can't seem to understand that it's just like the Constitution. It's written in plain fucking English. And if you get yourself a dictionary and get yourself a concordance, and just sit down and read it and make sure that you understand it. When someone says, well, you can take that and make it mean anything you want. Yes, you could. You could take the Bible and do that to anyone who's never actually read it. However, if that person had truly, instead of just probably say, I've read it, if they truly had read it, then they can't be lied to about what it says. Now, it can't be made to mean anything because you would have read it and you personally would already know what it says. And it has to mean what it says. If it means anything that it does not say, then it can't be taken literally. It can't be understood. It has to mean what it says. Before it could ever be used to mean anything else, anywhere else, and in combination with any other sentence, it has to mean what it says.
I agree. And I think everybody should read the Bible. And before they even, particularly if you're a big churchgoer, that's when you definitely need to read the Bible and understand it for yourself, because it is so easy for that pastor. He don't have to be a good guy just because he's a pastor. It's so easy for them to lead you astray.
A lot of these guys, Ronnie, you have to understand, I got ordained back in a time when I was one of these. Okay. You have to understand, I was on my way to be the next Joel Osteen. I was going to make this guy cry when he seen how much money I made, when he seen how much God blessed me. But you see that this is the paradigm that if you're not careful, you can get caught up in the idea that is a blessing from God and that you're doing good. The problem is these guys are so deluded that they don't know they're lying. That's the problem. So the congregation couldn't possibly know. And that's, the Bible calls them wolves in sheep's clothing. People you see what I mean? They see without seeing, and they hear without understanding. You know what I mean? They can hear wolves in sheep's clothing and never know that they're talking to them, never know that they follow them and are trying to emulate that person. Right? Trying to be as holy or spiritual as they think they are, rather than seeking that which they should have sought to begin with. And if you want to find him, people, I'm telling you, you won't find him in a building. You won't find him in a group of Christians or otherwise. You will find him when you're alone and you're truly seeking him, because he is in you. He is not out in the world. Therefore, you can't leave your house and go find him. You must seek him. You must seek him where you are. And you might find that he's probably not what you first thought, and he's definitely not what you think if you're an avid churchgoer. And I've been in so many denominations, they all still preach pretty much the same stuff. And I think you'll find that it's not quite what you think, and you'll be happier and better for it.
Well, there's something else in there too, Terry. It's this new, well, new. It's a pretty old. But anyway, the 501c3 thing with the churches, you know, the 501c3, the government, you know, made that a law, I guess, so that they control the pastors
and profit free and all that shit.
Yeah, and I think they did it so they could control the pastors. Well, the whole point of the church to begin with, being, you know, tax free, was so that the parishioners, the people that went to that church, could donate money. You know, that's how the preacher basically made his living. He could go out and get another job, of course, to go along with it. But the donations from the people were why the church was tax free to begin with. Well, now you still give money, but they're 501c3s to be tax exempt.
Right.
It's like they yanked God right out of the church and put in a fake God or something.
Well, I'm
fake preacher anyway.
I'm going to tell you how I see it, and you are, of course, always free to disagree with me. Everybody is, but the way I see it, I think pastors have lost what they are. The problem is I see the pastors of the world trying to be the preacher, the teacher, the healer, the comforter, the counselor, trying to be all of that. Well, they were never supposed to be that. You have to understand a pastor is a shepherd. A shepherd does not necessarily feed the flock. A shepherd is smart enough to lead his flock to food, though. A shepherd does not necessarily give his flock something to drink, but he damn sure takes them to where they can drink, right? A pastor's job is not to interpret the Bible every fucking week and tell you how to live morally between fucking Wednesday and Sunday and Sunday and Saturday. If you can't figure that out on your own, blame your pastor. It's his job. He should be teaching you what you need to know so that you can understand that scripture and go out and live your own moral life. Because it's actually the pastor's job to equip you with what you need so that now you are and can go do that work of the ministry they keep telling you that you need to do. That's the pastors are screwing up, and it's not really their fault. They don't know. It's just because no one's ever told them, and they won't listen to me because they think I'm too stupid. I cuss, so I couldn't possibly be holy. I couldn't possibly be chosen because I'm not like them. They don't understand. That's the only reason God had to choose someone like me to tell them stuff like that, is because they're not listening. They're not listening.
Well, you know, if you read the Bible, you find that God, he chose a lot of people that looked very bad, you know, to men.
Right.
But he chose those people for a reason, though. So, and you was talking about Joel Osteen a while ago. Thank God you didn't become like Joel Osteen, because that's one of the biggest crooks in America.
I know, right? Well, Joel Osteen, Joyce Meyer, Kenneth Hagin, Kenneth Copeland.
Yes.
If you can name them, I used to be pretty much into the whole, pretty much their basic ideas. And then somewhere around, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, I had a huge happening in my life, and someday we may talk about that. I've never done that live. But I woke up the next day with a completely different perspective. My eyes had been opened, and I have never seen and understood things quite the same since. And so because of that, I realized that everything, the track that I was on, everything that I had done was nothing more than really memorizing pretty much everything that they had said, and I could regurgitate it in my own words and make it sound better, right? But that didn't necessarily make it true what I would have been saying. And when I found out that a great majority of it wasn't, that it was very stretched, that's when I, for a time, I honestly almost lost my faith completely. I almost dropped completely out, because like everything that I had thought was not correct, but luckily I went back and started to read and rebuild, and started to understand in a way that would have never happened otherwise. I would have, I call it being church minded, and it's not an insult. It's just that and I know it feels safe, and I know the pride wells up and you want to think that I am chosen and shit. But remember, the guys in the building across the street think they're chosen too. And so do the ones down the street from there. Although all of you all would disagree that it's the guys in the other building, everybody thinks they're all part of the same group. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I certainly do.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go on a preaching rampage there. You guys are free shutting me up.
No, you're good. You're good. That's what we got you here for, Terry.
Oh, you You just let me blab, man. I may never shut up. We'll be here till next week. Shit. It'll be the longest episode you've ever done. You have to cut it up into like series chunks. It'll be the only series that lasted longer than any TV series alive, just because he don't shut up.
Well, see, we're only supposed to go. Our deal when we first started doing this was 2 hours. I don't know if we were. I think we've done 1 or 2 that ended at 2 hours. All the rest of them have been, 2.5, 3 hours or more.
There was one that was like 6.5 or 6 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that night. You're right. I was so tired that night. My ass was hurting so bad. Man, I'm telling you, I didn't think it was ever going to straighten up, but it finally did. Now it's hurting again. It don't take long for my skinny butt to go to hurting.
Time is not my friend. So if you would like to have me on a panel, I usually have no problem with it, but the more notice you can give me, the better. And sometimes like that 6 hours before is not enough. That night before may not be enough. I have a life, and unfortunately YouTube is only part of that.
You
right?
can't have a life outside of YouTube. Now that's right. Number one thing, Terry.
I am Ironton Auditor, but long before and beyond, and even after that, I'll always be Terry. And Terry has real life and real responsibilities. I got to go out and buy toilet paper and bring that shit back to the house like y'all do. Believe that or not, even the great Terry has to wipe his own ass. So
that's what makes it hard though, man, because I get so into it. I'm passionate about this, but then it's I still got to pay the bills. I still got customers. I still got people that their house could be flooding. So it's I remember doing a couple lives where Nina was with me, and I went and ran the job, and Nina was still alive, and I came back and it was still going. I was like, that's cool shit right there. But it's hard to, it's life happens.
Well, there's sometimes I just don't want to. I just want to sit around and not do nothing. Just let my brain rest.
Yeah, guys, I will tell you what. I found an awesome way to have great conversation and not necessarily have to be live, right? And that is Discord voice chat. And I know Discord is a trailer park. It's like Facebook and everywhere else. But the thing is, you can turn off all your notifications. The only thing I use it for is the voice chat. And we get on there a pretty good bit, a lot of us, and not a lot of us, but 4 or 5 of us, and we have a lot of just conversation. So we can sit around, 4 or 5 people at a time and have great conversation, and it's not a live stream. It's not something that we have to perform for. We just get that opportunity to know each other, a little better. So if you're out there and you have Discord, look me up. I'm always out there, and I don't know if you guys have a Discord. If you don't, you are free to come to mine, and I definitely would like to be part of yours if you ever utilize that voice chat, because it's an awesome way to communicate.
Yeah, see, I have Discord, but I haven't really figured it out yet. I guess
it took me forever, and I still don't know everything, but I know how to access the voice chat. That's what I learned how to do.
I don't even know how to get on one right. I joined one as Samoan Watchman. So I went into his because he was helping me get into it. I tried to get into Independent Men United, and I don't know what happened. Somewhere along the way, I undoubtedly messed something up because I didn't get in there. But I did get into Samoan Watchmen's, but I still don't know how to run the damn thing, so it didn't do me any good. I don't even know how to get on there.
And yeah, Jason Brakeman. Yeah, my last name's Harloha. It sounds a lot like Aloha, doesn't it? No, that's not my real last name.
His last name is Dr. Zhivago.
Yes, what he said.
Last name starts with Doctor and ends with Zhivago.
That's right.
What a name. Steve Dr. Zhivago. Harloha.
That's it. He just threw the Harloha in there behind the Dr. Zhivago for YouTube purposes. That's all.
Yeah. Just to make it kid friendly and shit, right?
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Didn't want to melt the snowflakes out there.
There's a bunch of them to melt too.
Isn't there though? Hey, I'll tell you what, there are snowflakes older than me, son. Don't think these snowflakes are all millennial, because they ain't. Some of these people are my age or older. Some of them would just melt.
Oh yeah. But put it this way, I'm not always right, but I'm never left. So
You know what I found? I am always right, but it's not because I'm better or smarter than you. It's only because I have fucked up so much that now I'm just right by proxy.
Hey.
I fucked it up so bad that now I'm just right because like I know every way not to do it now.
Jerry, how old are you?
Good point.
I'll be actually turning 50 March the 28th.
Oh shit! I thought you was old, man. You ain't old yet.
Well, I have been accused. I have been accused my whole life of being a lot older than I ever was, and I guess it was because I was always around an older crowd. When most children were out playing with other children, I was with grandparents and older aunts and uncles, and spent a great deal of time with great grandparents. You know, I got to know some really old people at a really young age. So.
I'm kind of saying I always hung out with older. I mean, Nina's older than me, and you're only 3 years older than me. But yeah, I was always hung out with old. You know, when I was in 8th grade, I was hanging out with sophomores in high school. So.
Oh, she says, "Hello, handsome guys." I guess I'm not one of the handsome guys.
Well, she can't see you, Jerry.
Hello, Steve and Ronnie, you beautiful men. Oh, hi.
You know, when once Scott Hubert gets back, I'm gonna give 5 more free memberships.
Where
where
are you at? Where are you on the age scale, Ronnie?
He's 198.
You say 198?
Yep.
There you go. Are you in your 50s?
No, I'm 73.
Holy shit, 73. You know what's funny is it seems that most of my favorite people, the ones I spend more time with than anyone else and have for probably 10 or 15 years, are in that age bracket. You know, my uncles, my aunts, I have a subscriber or two that range up in that area, and I always find myself having better conversation with that age bracket. You guys still maintain a little bit of logic and common sense, where like the rest of the world, I had to start calling it uncommon sense because these fucking common people don't have any sense, right? You know what I mean? There's no common sense anymore.
Well, you know what? In all honesty, that's the only reason I ever got on YouTube was to speak my opinion, and say the things that I think need to be said and that are true. I don't try to spout out a lot of shit that ain't true. I don't try to not spout out anything that's not true.
Right.
But I figured, with my age and all, that would be maybe, help guide a few people along. Hopefully not the wrong path, because that's the last thing I want to do. But and that is why I came on YouTube, is to, to try to help the world out a little bit. Now I may be screwing it up more than I'm helping, but I just feel like I'm doing what God told me to do.
Sometimes you have to do something, even if it's wrong. And if there's one thing that I can promise you, whether you believe in God or not is irrelevant to me, as crazy as that sounds coming from an ordained pastor. Whether you want to call him God, the force, the universe, the frequency, the vibration, whatever the fuck you think that is, tune into that. And even if you fuck up, whatever that is, we'll still find a way to turn that and make that good anyway. That is how that works. It don't always make sense, but I have screwed up quite a bit. That thank God I'd screwed it up, because if I'd have done it perfect the first time, I would not have gotten the benefits that I ended up with by having to redo something. Right?
Yeah.
So there you go. Sometimes Sometimes I call it taking your stripes. You screw up in life. The best thing to do is to stop right fucking there and take your stripes. Why? Because it's going to be a hell of a lot less than it is in 10 years when that skeleton falls out in front of all those people that you wish already knew this now. Right? So, the easiest way to not have to bury secrets is to quit fucking having them. Like, you'll find out that most of those people who really love and care about you, they're going to be pissed. Oh yeah, they're going to be pissed. They may feel betrayed, all that fun shit. But when it's all over, they still love and care about you. And if it truly that relationship that you have with them, that shit won't matter at the end of the day. Once the anger's done and everybody's able to put it behind them, and and you're everything's different. I know from experience. I had to crawl on my knees and beg to rebuild some bridges that I was too stupid to know I shouldn't have burned. right? And I didn't get the opportunity to rebuild them all. but I did get the most important ones back, and truly they were never burned anyway. I burnt my end, they never burnt theirs, right? So
I just think, you know, that well, I know the world is in a mess, and one reason I have my channel is so that people, you know, like-minded people can gather, and it's not just about, you know, sharing news or anything. It's about being with each other and giving everybody a place, you know, in the chat and everything, a place to talk, you know, and be with each other.
Right.
That's what it's all about to me. And if I can say or do anything that helps somebody, well, great.
It's what my channel became. Was just getting the chat together, you know, and having a good time with each other. And I literally started for that same reason, for more narrow reasons than that. But I wanted to get out, show the Ironton Police Department what was actually happening, not what everybody said was happening, right? And it didn't matter to me which one that really would have been. I would have brought it to you live, right?
Yeah.
And so but the idea is to make sure that I could keep it as transparent as possible and let you see what I see and hear what I hear and make your own determination, right? And that's the way information should always be presented. It should, as much as you can, when you have an opinion, you should still try to make sure you keep a fair and balanced flow of information so that people, you know, can educate themselves and then make an educated decision rather than having to decide they believe it because someone like me or you said it. That makes them just as stupid as they were for believing it for any other reason. You know what I mean? So I'm a very big proponent on helping people find the information so that they can find the answer rather than necessarily always telling them the answer.
Yeah. Well, I can't say that you know, that I'm a good guy at telling both sides, because I figured the mainstream media has done a good job at the other side. So I just try to tell the correct side, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, some things the other side is there for everyone to see. You know what I mean? Sometimes maybe it isn't. It depends on the topic and how many people are aware that there even is another side. You know, there's still people in Ironton that have never heard of Chili DeCastro or Ironton Auditor. They probably have seen me out there. They probably know there's some guy that like you know, uses a camera and films the police all the time, but like not everybody has YouTube, believe it or not. And not everybody in that town knows about my channel. They just, you know what I mean? Like it's just not that big of a thing.
Oh, that's a good point, because I remember I sent my channel to a few people, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't know how to subscribe. It won't let me because I don't have or whatever it said. I don't have a channel or whatever." And I'm like, "What?" And I thought about it. I'm like, "Oh, you literally don't have a channel, like, because they watch it through. I don't know. Have you ever had someone send you something through like a Messenger, but you have to sign in to your YouTube account?"
Yeah.
And if you don't, it's like it looks different. Hey, Scott Hubert. Oh, hold on. Scott Hubert. I'm gonna give a shout out to Scott Hubert real quick.
Hey, Steve, I'm going to step away for just a moment. I will be right back, sir.
Okay. And this is for Scott Hubert.
Yeah, let's go.
Now you got another one to play.
Oh, and this is John Dunning.
Thank you,
I
John.
gotta get a good one for him.
And Scott.
This is for John Dunning.
Right on.
All right, yes. Mahalo, both of you guys. That's awesome.
Yeah, definitely thank both of you. And
now I'm gonna gift 5 free memberships, and I don't pick them. So if you don't get picked, don't be like, "Why didn't he pick me?" I just hit the button, and it just does a random thing. So here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Why is it taking so long? Here we go. Not Crazy by Crazy Lady. Independent Many United. Scat Pack 2 and Buffering.
All right.
It's only 4. Oh, wait, and Cindy.
Cindy who? Which one?
But Cindy already had one. Oh, wait.
I thought Indy already had one too, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. What the hell? But yeah, I don't pick them. I just click the button. And
the magic happens.
Have y'all had the fun of running across someone who is a little starstruck just because they think you're something, even when you're not? Like, I always tell people, like, don't get too, I'm just a hillbilly that lives on a muddy hillside. And that is the honest to God truth of it. That's as much as there is to know, really. However, occasionally, around here, people have known me my whole life. So, Ironton Auditor is not something they're really familiar with. They don't give a damn. They probably laugh at me if they, because they know me so well. But people who don't live here, people across the country, across the world now, to the tune of tens of thousands of people have heard of and know about Ironton Auditor. And some of those people, for some reason, seem to think that Ironton Auditor or Terry Nip is such a great, such a great guy. They use crazy words like integrity and honesty and, and all these words that I just never thought I would hear in a sentence, as adjectives to describe me, and some of these people and it's always so humbling when they're a little starstruck because they for some reason they look up to me and I don't know why,
I've never met anyone like that yet that even knows. Well, the only one that knows I'm on YouTube around here is my manager, the park manager across the street from me here.
Well, there ain't too many of us out here know you're on YouTube very long. You keep getting shut down.
I know. The strange thing is, Terry, I might have 2,000 subscribers by now if I hadn't lost all them channels. But
I know you have more. You would have more than that. I promise you would have more than that.
You definitely would have had me all this time. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Now I'm under 500.
All right. Now I just have clicked subscribed and the notification bell. So I stand ready to be notified, Ronnie, at least till this one shut down. And another 6 months go by and I wonder whatever happened to Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie's killing it too on his. What's Ronnie at? 412 subscribers, and when he goes live, he's got like almost 200 people in there every time.
Well, I had over 200 that one night, and since then, it's dropped back down to around 80. But that's all right. I was at 30 or 40 in the chat.
Right.
Long time. Now it's got up to 70 and 80.
And with less than 500 subscribers, that's killing it.
Yeah. I agree.
See what Scott said about me there, Steve.
Give yourself some credit, Terry. You're an honest, hardworking, genuinely caring dude. You're honest too. You earn and he's 100%, 1,000% correct.
Yeah, everything I know about you, I guarantee he's correct.
The sad thing is people think that I am better than most because of that. They don't understand that I am not better. I'm just trying to be an example of how everyone else is supposed to be. I'm not, you know what I mean? It's not that I am a great man, because I'm not. I'm just a man. I'm what a man is supposed to be. We're supposed to be direct. We're supposed to be honest. And we're supposed to draw the line in the sand. And when you stick your toes across it, we're supposed to cut them off for you and send you back to the other side of that line. That's what men do. Is that not true?
That's what we're all supposed to be. But there's a lot of us that ain't that way anymore.
Well, I know now. Like I said, we used to cut our exhaust off to make it loud. Now we got a generation cutting something completely different off.
Yeah, it's exhaust, but it's on the body.
It definitely makes them louder. I'll give you that. Definitely makes them louder.
Well,
at least you can put the exhaust back on. But
and it's honestly, guys, it's not that I have a problem with it. Like if it bugs you so bad that you want to chop your stuff off, or you want them to actually take your stuff and jerk it out of you and build one with it, if that's what tickles your fancy, you go for that, right? I don't have a problem with it. I don't care. In my mind, though, You have men and women, you have male and female, and then you have what we commonly refer to as gay or queer, right? The idea of like homosexuality, the idea of liking the same sex. So you can have male and female, and then in between that, you have many different levels, I guess they try to say, of gay, like bisexual, or I figure if you're bisexual, you're just gay, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, that's my opinion. And I don't mind if someone else wants all that kind of stuff. I only have a problem with it when you're allowing children who can't decide, like Steve said, their bedtime or what they should eat for dinner. They shouldn't be able to make that kind of life-altering decision. You know what I mean? They just shouldn't.
Well, that and what bothers me. On top of that, what bothers me is like, it doesn't, like, if that's what you want to do it, but don't.
Right.
Like, I don't go out and tell everyone what I do in the bedroom every night, So just
what
like,
do
if
you
that's
do in
what
the
you
bedroom
do it. But don't like make such a big deal about it. And like, yeah, I get it that you two dudes can't reproduce. That's what I'm getting down to. A guy and a guy can't reproduce. A girl and a girl can't reproduce. It takes a man and a woman to reproduce, to make life, and if you don't want to do that and you want to go be with the same sex, do it. But don't shove it down my throat about how, like, I don't care.
Don't tell me that I have to agree that it's okay that you
Right.
do it. I should be allowed to say, you know what, I disagree with that. Now, I don't have a problem to where I feel like I have to go out and find people who disagree with me just so I can pick a fight and try to prove my point of view, right? I have no reason to find people who are homosexuals in order to convince them to be straight. That's none of my concern. That is their life, and that's exactly the way it should be, and it should be none of my goddamn business, right?
Absolutely.
And it'll remain that way as long as no one expects that I now, because I said they can have that life, that I now have to support it. I don't want to be in support of it. I'm just not standing in their way. They can do whatever they want, because I will live and die for their freedom, the same as I will anyone else's, because I believe truly that regardless of our true ideas and beliefs, we all kind of want the same thing. We all want to be able to live our lives, take care of our own, and not worry about that fucker over there being able to do anything about it. Being able to stop it.
It's like God said in the Bible, it's an abomination, for a man to lay with another man, or for a woman to lay with another woman. So then the reason it's an abomination is because he made man and woman, like Steve said, to reproduce. If we can't reproduce within we're going to die off. That's all there is to it. So
well, that's all right. We're supposed to be killed off soon anyway.
So that's true.
I guess it won't much matter, before long.
Oh, things.
Don't change. You want to hear my latest? Did you just say flat Earth? Hold on. Subject change. Do you want to hear especially Ronnie? I wanted to tell you this before we started backstage, but my latest, because you know how I never say if I'm flat or if I'm round, I never say any of that. But what if it's all reversed? So like right now we're supposed to be on a globe, right? And it's spinning at some crazy amount of speed, just flying through space, but the stars are in the same spot every night and all that shit. And what if, and everyone's like, well, gravity is just a theory, right? What if it's reversed? What if the ocean, it's a globe, but the ocean is the wall, and that's gravity? It's spinning, but everything's pushing, like those carnival rides when you're stuck against the wall and spinning around. Mm-hmm. That's what gravity is, and that's what keeps the water from freaking, and then everything's in the middle. You're
talking about there with it, when you're sitting in one of those rides and it glues you to the back of the seat. Well, that would be the same thing with the water. If the earth was actually spinning like they say, it would sling all the water out into outer space.
Right, but this is reversed. So instead of, you know what I'm saying? So think of like the sun being in the middle of the earth, and the outside of the earth is the ocean. So that outer diameter is the ocean and all that, and the sun and the moon is in the center. And because it's spinning, it's pushing the water to the walls. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know you're a plumber, but have you ever used a level? A bubble level, spirit level, whatever you want to call it. Just your standard bubble.
That's about how much sense all the whole flat round shit makes to me. So yeah.
Well, question, Steve, did you ever use a level? Just a
Oh,
standard?
every day.
Okay.
Every day.
So, I want you to think very clearly now. This is just a thought experiment from a dumb hillbilly on a muddy hillside. Okay. So don't take it as science, because I'm not claiming to be fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson or some shit. I'm just there.
Wait, hold on. Let me put in
But
this up.
I
Fair
want you to
use.
think about how a level works. Okay. Now I want you to take a ball, any kind of a ball, a beach ball, basketball, baseball, and I want you to level it. Well, it can't be done because water can't be
Oh,
bent.
no shit.
Water could be curved. If water could curve, then a level, you could level a ball. But unfortunately, the only way that could work is if you're on technically a flat surface. Otherwise, you would have to wedge both edges, because no matter where you are on a sphere, it should drop from your present location, regardless of which part of that sphere you are on, no matter which direction you go. Not that I know anything, because I don't. I'm just saying it would seem that since you can't bend water, it always finds its level, and that's why a level works. That when I level something, it indeed is level because it's level. It seems.
Well, also, if the world was turning like they say it is, and you had a level there, whatever you level might be level 1 minute, but then the next minute it'd be unlevel because the world is spinning, and
oh no, man, there's this magical bunch of shit that happens with a bunch of equations. They say, I don't understand it all, but apparently we can move all these different directions, but due to relativity is the reason they say we feel none of that.
I mean, it's just enough to blow your mind as far as I'm concerned about, some of the stuff. And another thing that I don't get about the globe Earth thing is, all right, they say we've gone to the moon. All right, but now the moon, when we went to it, they said, and I guess some of them still say it's in outer space, outside the Earth's atmosphere. Well, if they did that, they'd have to go through the Van Allen radiation belt.
Right.
Anytime you go through the Van Allen radiation belt, you're going to be dead. That's all there is to it.
Well, no, they say they don't know that. That's why they had to send the Orion through it and bring it back with all their instruments so that they could then decide what they would have to do to make it safe for someone to go through. But I guess not knowing it was there was enough to negate its detrimental effects. Huh?
Undoubtedly.
There you go. Apparently the Bible's right. We really are only responsible for the knowledge we have. If you don't believe it's there, it must be good, man.
That's right. Well, another thing is, and this has always bumfuzzled me, how did they make that telephone call from the moon and talk to Richard Nixon? I mean,
because they are able to take a rover and put it on Mars. Now, I don't know how far that is exactly in mileage, but it's a long fucking way, right? I can't get goddamn Bluetooth to work from here to the fucking car right half the fucking time. Can't get the TV remote to work across the fucking room, but they can remote control a rover all those millions of miles away with the lag.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that
That's
something?
Right. It is. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And
Yes,
the thing about it is to do all this, even here on Earth, for the police radios to work, you have to have I know what they're called. They boost the signal from one place to the other. The hell's it called? Repeater. You have to have repeaters.
Right.
And the police wouldn't get the messages, if they're supposed to get.
Right.
How in the hell could they send a message from the moon or anywhere else, Mars or wherever, without having repeaters in outer space?
Because they're smarter than us and they have technology. They can just do it. Ronnie, don't you just believe it? Like you should.
They
Why
gotta
are you
be.
questioning this?
I know.
TV. Damn it.
They're definitely smarter. I know. They gotta be. But I wish it just
Said so on TV. Damn it.
That's right. That's right.
They would never lie to you.
Yeah, it has to be true. You cannot believe anything else because I can show you picture and video proof. We can't fake any of this shit. We can't do it. That means it has to be real. No, I don't believe NASA a lot. I have a lot of problems with some of the things they say.
You don't believe anything they say. I mean, I
Well,
honestly don't.
I start at zero and work my way up. They do weave some truth in there. Some of their temperatures and heights are about right. I mean, they do tell the truth here and there. So you got to pick and choose. But let's just say that they are a government agency. And if there's one thing I know about a government agency is they are unable to tell the truth. They just can't and will not do that. generally.
Well, you know that NASA, the word itself means deceive. So.
Yes, in Hebrew, I believe
Yep.
you're correct. It does.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh. Steve's come up with a flat earth and a half model here.
There you go. That's a flat
This is from John Dunning. John Dunning shared this.
Oh, okay.
Might fall into an infinite space creates this disrespect. A globe Earth,
a little late,
because unproven, is pseudoscience, yet believed worldwide and passed from generation to generation, and any who question it is mocked and ridiculed. For millennia, well-educated people believed the Earth was flat and placed at the center of the universe, enclosed there with a protective covering. In the early 16th century, Nikolai Copernicus introduced a different model of the universe in which the sun lay at the center and the Earth revolved around it. Copernicus' heliocentric model is taught today, while the earlier geocentric model has been utterly rejected. Less than 100 years later, Galileo was persecuted by the Catholic Church for promoting Copernicus' theory and forced to recant his beliefs and spend the last years of his life under house arrest. Galileo's persecution for promoting heliocentrism is surprising, as the Catholic Church initially supported Copernicus' theories. Consider the following facts. 1. While some sources claim Copernicus never took the vows of a priest, he was a cleric and never married. Furthermore, the fact that in 1537 King Sigismund of Poland put his name on the list of 4 candidates for the vacant episcopal seat of Ermland makes it probable that, at least in later life, he had entered the priesthood. When Pope Paul III sought Copernicus for advice on how to reform the calendar, Copernicus at first demurred to answer. Later, he wrote a series of letters to the Pope containing accurate observations that actually served 70 years later as a basis for the working out of the Gregorian calendar. 3.
Got to do that for copyright.
For a long time, Copernicus refused to publish his beliefs on a heliocentric universe. Finally, in 1531, he published a brief abstract stating his theory in 7 axioms. From this, the concept spread rapidly. 4. 2 years later, Albert Windenstedt lectured on the Copernican model before Pope Clement VII, an action for which he was richly rewarded. 5. In 1536, Cardinal Schönberg, who was Archbishop of Capua, urged Copernicus.
But it's like 37 minutes long, but I wanted to pull it up and see a little bit what it was about, because I'm definitely going to watch that later.
Well, the thing is, about the Catholic Church is a long time ago now, they were still deciding how they were going to literally screw us over so good, that we'd never get out of it. But they were still going along that road themselves. Now I think they've basically got it figured out, and particularly the Pope. The crooked asshole. And I hope I'm not offending any Catholics here, but to me, the guy is just evil.
Yeah, evil's evil.
Did you just call him a crooked asshole?
I sure did.
I was just making sure I understood the English correctly. In case anyone out there thought any different, we know how you feel about our current Pope.
I have no respect.
Some of the and I guess I understand, because you have to understand that Catholicism is one of the few that I haven't been into as deep as some of the other denominations of Christianity. But it is my opinion that, like, if you're Catholic, the Pope is like the holiest man on earth next to God. Like, if he says something, it's supposed to be about the same as Christ.
He is, yes, you're right. He is. It don't matter, what religion you are. He's still considered the most holy man on earth.
Well, he is by Catholics. He's not by me. I don't give a five fuck who he is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I do, but that's just
but
me.
Even the churches, most of them, the Protestant churches, they go by what the Pope says.
Well, a lot of the Christian churches aren't aware of how much of what they do is actually Catholic tradition anyway. It shouldn't be any part of what they do, but they don't know that because they've never actually thought of it for themselves.
There you go. Like John says there.
Did I let the cat out of the bag and tell you that most people are too stupid to think for themselves, that they're too busy listening to what everybody else says and trying that? What do you think?
Well,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
That's what's got us in this mess. We haven't been thinking.
And it's a lot of no self-awareness. A lot of people don't have any self-awareness, so they're just
well, they're aware of every self but their own. Like they refuse to, like, they have no empathy. Here's the thing: the whole world's turned into a sympathetic ball of shit. Everybody expects sympathy. Well, I don't give sympathy. The difference is I do have empathy. I am able to understand what you're saying. I am able to try my best to understand how you feel and why you feel that way, right? That doesn't mean that I'll agree, but the problem is my sympathy doesn't help you at all. If I were to sit down in your worst, darkest hour and just put my arm around your shoulder and tell you it's going to be okay, and that was all I ever did for you, then technically I really didn't help you much. You know what I mean? Got to be ready to help. You know, people, if they're trying to get up out of the mire, be ready to help them. But
thank you, Chrissy. I try not to.
No, he doesn't. That crooked asshole. Wasn't nothing minced about that, was there? Unless it's the sphincter muscle we're talking about.
Well, you know, if you don't, to me anyway, if you don't call them out for what they are, then, and you're going to be on, if you're going to be on a YouTube or Rumble or anywhere else, you know, and try to speak the truth, or you say you're speaking the truth, and you don't speak the truth about the Pope or whoever, however you feel about whatever, well, then what's the point in being on? You know, to me, there is no point.
I agree with you, but see, as Terry, I can have my own opinions, but as Ironton Auditor, I've had to walk. Remember, I told you it's like both sides come to a line, and it's Ironton Auditor who does everything he can to suspend his own opinions long enough to walk that line, trying to find the common ground to unite both sides.
Yeah.
So here I am able to talk a little more freely sometimes about how I personally feel about things.
Well, exactly, but I can understand what you're talking about Ironton Auditor, and you know, and having to work with certain people, you know, the police. But and not only, I guess I would imagine that you run into a few of the police's customers out there too. The way that guy was chunking that cigarette at you.
Oh yeah. Well, the funny thing is there's only been a couple instances where a person in the town had really said a whole lot to me. Only a couple different times. One, I had actually had a pretty good fair amount of fun at her expense on a video directly following that, in which I had called her a Karen, and she was acting that way. But later, I had agreed with someone in the comments who agreed that, who had kind of informed me that, look, you're out, you say you want to unite people, but insulting the citizens is probably not the best way to do it. Right. And I agreed with that. And so I deleted that video where I made fun of her and made an apology for that. Right. But as far as having a real problem, not so much. There's really not that much going on, Ronnie, believe it or not. But
what gets me though with the whole interaction with you recording police interactions with citizens or whatever, and then that citizen gets mad at you for recording. And the thing is, you're there to help them, because how many times have you seen when they got body cameras, but then it's muted or it's missing 5 minutes, or you know what I mean? So yours doesn't shut off. So it's like you could be saving their life, or their future. Or
I could be recording the evidence, which absolutely proves the reason that And I hate to say that, but
that's true.
Every single pullover, I have to be ready for anything, because when I first roll up, it's after they've already pulled somebody over. I have no way of knowing they're about to pull over a car anywhere in town. So when I roll in, I don't always know. And I don't always necessarily get out to ask what the original pullover reason was, so I often don't know. I just did one.
I never thought of it that way. That's
I filmed one a couple weeks ago from my car, because I was actually in town on a completely unrelated reason. I was helping somebody move that day, and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was actually coming back toward the house, and I went down Park Avenue, and I seen they had somebody pulled over, and I backed in there and videoed that. It's in 3 pieces because I haven't done the videos in so long. I kept trying to like zoom, and I kept hitting the stop button, so the video's cut into 3 pieces. But you know, they pulled out a pretty good bag of drugs out of the car, to which one lady admitted to, and you know, people were like, what was the original stop for? I was like, I don't know, I didn't ask. Obviously it doesn't really matter, like you know.
And then they were like,
pretty much.
Well, you know, I just think
I never
that,
thought of that.
I think everybody has the right to speak their opinion. You know, and it's, I'm kind of going back to Blue Unicorn's post here a while ago. I've forgotten where it went, but anyway, I think everybody has the right to speak their own opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's the problem with YouTube, though, is that they don't let people like me speak my opinion. That's why I've lost many channels, because I speak my opinion and they take me out because of that. Oh, you've broken so many of our rules and blah, 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 blah. Well, you know, change your damn rules.
Right. Well,
I ain't going to change.
You know, that's kind of where I got with them. Like, they demonetize me. When I say demonetized, it's not that my channel cannot earn ad revenue, because it can, but it's always limited. I always get the yellow symbol. I don't get the green.
Yeah, me too, though. I get yellow on like pretty much every.
Yeah, me too.
Every stream.
And I assume it's because of my language. It's because I'm not very fucking family fucking friendly. Fucking fuckers, fucking motherfuckers. Oh man, I hate it when they, you know, and it's just because of
What are they again, Terry? What are they again?
And fuckity fucking fuckers. I'll tell you what, I absolutely, it drives me insane when people would rather judge you because of an adjective or adverb that you used, right? Like, you know, they're like, well, you know, if he talks like that, he must be a very unintelligent man. Well, guess what? I've got a potty mouth and I'm not a dumbass.
Right.
Well, you know,
it's the whole thing too. It's like, who is anyone to judge anyone? Because like, just because they cuss more than you do, what, like, who are you to judge that person just because they cuss?
You know what's funny is I've actually challenged many people to find me 2 or 3 scriptures in the Bible that tell you that you can't cuss. Show me where it's somehow me doing something dirty or illegal or immoral or unchristian like. Show me where that is. You know what they can't find? That. You know why? Because that doesn't exist, God damn it. It's not about that, right? And then I have the biggest Christians, the ones that consider themselves the Christianiest, holiest bunch of them all. When they hear me say something like, God damn it, they lose their ever-loving fucking minds. They're like, you can't take the Lord God's name in vain. And I'm like, you are such a dumb fucking Christian. Go educate yourself on what his name is, because his name is not God. That is what he is. That is a title, you moron. So when you go educate yourself on what his actual name is and what it truly means to use his name in vain, come back and we'll have a conversation about what that shit means. God damn it.
Well, I mean, myself, I don't use I hardly ever cuss at all on air. I do cuss, but just not because, you know, the way I was raised is you don't cuss around, you know, females.
Right. Not supposed to in mixed company. Right.
Yeah. And so that's basically why I don't. But
I used to struggle really bad. And
but, you know, go
what's
ahead.
that?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I used to struggle really bad because when back in my teenage years, quote unquote, became a Christian and all that, you know, I literally just quit using profanity in any way, shape, or form. And it was kind of odd because a lot of those around me are like, you know, you don't sound right. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, and it was because I had dropped all of those adjectives and adverbs in it, and it literally changed our interactions so much that they, you know, for the worse, you know. But here's the thing. If people are so offended by it, I wouldn't know why. Now, I guess I could understand if I was using it in a way sexually in order to describe things, or just trying to offend or gross people out, right? I guess I could understand why so many people might be upset. But if we're just in regular conversation, you know, I'm like, did you see that fucking car, man? You know what I mean? Like, and now they're like, hey, my kids are here. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, we should shoot them now. They heard the word fuck. They'll never be right the rest of their lives. Just go ahead and kill them and have new ones. Sorry, I fucked it up for you. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I was going to say is that mine, because like I used to think like with working in customers and stuff, and you know, I try not to cuss, and I never thought I did. And even on live streams, and then I went back and watched a few of my older live streams, and it's like, oh shit, dude, you were cussing more than, you know. But in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I didn't cuss that whole stream. But when I went back and watched it, I was like, this fucking shit, motherfucker, you know.
Apparently, I do it so well that I can slip it in places where, like, most people, I don't even notice it. In one of those places where if you say something like Jesus Christ or God damn it in that context, they will lose their minds, right? They will immediately ban you from their chat. They will take you off the channel, all that kind of stuff. I have been in a few of those locations, and it's funny that I was able to slip it in without really even me noticing, just in general conversation. I guess I have a way of slipping things. Either that or because it's me, they give me a pass. I don't know. You know, but either way, I've slipped a few in places where the average person would have been axed immediately, you know. But I don't just try to be profane just to do it, unless there was an incident here a while back where one of the locals had done a video using my video talking about me. She accused me of being a pedophile and all kinds of stuff, and you know, so because she was talking about how much I had said it, then I actually spent, you know, the next live stream trying to say it as much as I could. But that was, you know, just trying to be an asshole is what I was trying to do, you know, and prove my point. But you know, but I don't use it in order to, you know, it's not something that I use in every situation. And sometimes it's immediately curbed, right? Like if I'm in the courthouse, like if I go in to see the county clerk, I don't walk in and look at the ladies behind the desk and go, how the fuck are you bitches today? It's good to see you. You know what I mean? That's not how I interact with people in my daily life. But
what's up, bitch? Try it sometimes, Terry, and see what happens.
Well, you know,
hey, look at all these fucking whores in here. What's up, bitches?
But you guys have to understand, a live stream is different because I'm sitting in my home. You are literally in my home with me, and I couldn't be feel any more comfortable or protected. And because it is just me, of course it just comes out because that's just me and my normal. Believe it or not, I have a potty mouth, guys. That's all there is to it. We've
learned that.
We've
learned it today, Terry. I guarantee you, if we've learned anything, we've learned Terry has a potty mouth today.
Well, I tried to tell y'all before we went live, but like, you know, it's very, if you say an unfiltered, you got it. Cause like I have that habit. I don't mean to offend. That's never my goal, obviously. Right. You know, but if you're that offended over me saying shit or something, well then fuck you. I don't have time to deal with you anyway. Go cry somewhere else, you know?
It don't bother me.
I mean, that goes to what if I'm offended because you don't cuss, you know? It's like, let loose a little bit. Why are you so?
I'm not upset when you say Bible verses. Why are you upset that I said, well, fuck it, I don't believe it? Right. You know, it's funny. I seen a video once where a pastor walked into a church, and I can't remember the numbers he used, but he was telling them how many thousands of homeless people there were within a certain distance of the church. So he walks in the door. He walks straight up to the stage. Right behind the pulpit, and he says, you know, there are this many thousands of homeless people within this many miles of this church, and you people don't give a shit. And he said, right now you're so upset that I just said the word shit, and you still don't care about those homeless people. And he turned around and walked away, and they said that was the entire sermon. He left them with that day. And I thought, I like this guy. You know, I like this guy.
Well, Steve, how long you plan on going today, bro?
And into
I was gonna say we got about 8 minutes left because you normally do like 2 hours, but this is oh wait hold on, I gotta fit it in there. This was a damn good show, even though I haven't seen William Gramer tonight, but
yeah, damn William, where's our announcer? He ain't showed up this whole live stream. What's wrong with him?
I had to put it in there, so if he watches the replay, at least know.
He won't. I know he won't.
What was Keebler saying? If I moved
Oh,
into
Cuba said you would lose over half your
your
subs,
subs,
but pick up 10
times
times as
more.
many if you went in office like that.
And off what I must have
Like,
missed.
I think when you were talking about walking in and saying, "Hey, bitches."
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I would definitely get the subscribers. I guarantee you, people would love to see me get beaten tased for that shit. Yeah, just walk right up into Judge Waldo's courtroom. How's it hanging, fucker?
I dare you do that next time, Terry.
These nuts.
If anybody was going to get by with it, it might be me, but I'm just afraid they might decide to make an example. You know?
Yeah, they might very well might.
Besides, they're always used to me being kind of cordial, you know.
Well, hey, I don't plan on being in any courtrooms to take the chance. You know, I mean, courtroom is just not a place I like being for any reason. I mean, I don't, man. I spent enough of those time in courtrooms when I was younger, and before that, I was in the jail cell and had to be led to the courtroom, you know, by a deputy or something. So I just don't like it.
See, I've had very little interactions with law enforcement other than like being pulled over for a headlight or a tail light here and there. It was usually by the Kentucky State Troopers more often than Ohio, but either way, hell, generally I'd already have the light. You know what I mean? And even if I didn't, it, you know, was never really a big deal. I only had one bad interaction with one deputy a few years back. And if anybody was ever, responsible for me wanting to do this, it was him, you know. But the police department was nothing like him. He was one of the deputies at the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Which I've heard he's been terminated. I have yet to find that out. I'm still trying to make sure that is a fact, but I've heard that he's been terminated.
Well, maybe got a job somewhere else doing the same thing. That's what happens with most of them. No matter, you know, that's another thing about a cop. They can do one bad thing, bad thing in one town, and then
just move to the next town.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
And start all over again.
Now I do have a subscriber of mine who is trying to build from scratch a website that allows auditors to upload evidence, documents, video, pictures, all that kind of stuff, and allows civilians to submit their own database, which will keep it according to state and city, county, right? So that this particular officer in this particular city, right, had these encounters here, or these interactions here. And so I don't know if this is something that he can get off the ground. And I don't know if it's something that we can find a way that those who would pay would be willing to pay for it. But if we could get enough information into it, it would even be useful to police agencies who could look back through that in order to look at new hires or rehires from another location. You know,
Terry, are you the only one that does the auditing there in Ironton?
No, we have been on third. I haven't seen him out in a long time, but he's another, I guess you would call him auditor. It's nothing like me though. He's, you know, he absolutely hates the police and sees it from that side. So he's more auditor-ish than me.
Yeah, and you know to me that's the problem. You know, with a lot of the auditors, they hate the police too much, and they cause a lot more problems than they help solve.
That's like I was saying earlier. There's like kind of like different levels because there's the ones that go out there and purposely try to push buttons, and then then there's just the ones that.
The camera's not normally the problem. It's the asshole behind it. It's the approach of the person behind the camera. When the cop turns around and looks at you and says, "Step back," when you look at him and say, "Listen here, you cocksucking pig tyrant, you don't tell me what I can and can't do. I ain't backing up an inch, you motherfucker. And if you say another word, I'm going to come after you and your pension and your wife and your pool's mine. I'm taking your firstborn." When you start all that, of course, he immediately hates you and wants you to die. You've just became the enemy. That's how social interaction works, right?
Yep.
But if he looks at you and says, "Hey, step back," take a couple steps back and say, "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to get in the middle of your stuff. I'm just here to video record. I didn't, I ain't no danger. I'm not trying to be. I apologize." Right? Take a step back And that's what I started to do with Ironton. And when I did that, a little bit later, I could step right back up in there. And you guys have seen me. Hell, I've walked right up in the cars with them. I've rode with them, you know. So that, you know, but in the you can't go out and make every single interaction a confrontation. That's not going to help you change anything. It's only going to make their behavior worse toward you, right? And you might bait yourself into a lawsuit, you know. But I got to be honest, I don't want to be beaten and tased and have a reason to sue. I'd just rather take a step back and video, you know what I mean, and video. And if I have a problem with their behavior, as long as they're not literally like trying to hurt or kill somebody, right? They might be illegally detaining and arresting this guy, but I'm not going to stop that with an argument on the sidewalk.
No,
right?
you ain't. That's right.
So I do my best to observe and record, and then I go have that conversation with their supervisors, right? With their chief and with their mayor and or their sheriff. That's where I refer that kind of stuff to start with. You know,
one thing I don't get about the town that I was talking about just a few minutes ago here in Texas is not only have they got a full police department and a full police force and a full sheriff's department just in in the same city, and if they need them, they can call them. Now they've got a city marshal. A city marshal, and what the hell do they need a city marshal for? I mean, if you got it, I could see having one if you didn't have police, but what's the point in having both? And I don't live there anymore, so I really don't give a damn, but it's just a question that bounces around in my pea brain that I would love to have answers.
It's just still more tax-paying dollars, and
and it's also for them. It seems to me anyway, for them to have more power over you. Another way for them to have more power over you.
Right, but remember, 99% of that authority that we perceive is merely a perception. That's why I was trying to say earlier, perspective is everything. How you see things, right, changes everything. So my best advice to everyone out there is educate yourself the best you can on what your real rights are. And if you don't know that, Google the fucking Bill of Rights and go read it. Please, dear God, at least read 1 through 10. Start there. Like the first 5 or 7, you should like at least be briefed on. You don't have to like memorize, but you should get the gist, because that is your rights. The phone call is not a fucking right. Okay, so you guys like need to educate yourselves. Once you are fully educated and understand your rights, now you do not have to feel afraid when you exercise those rights to an officer. And when you do that, do not try to be a prick about it. There's no reason. Now, it may be illegal for them to break you out of your car, tase you, shoot you, and make you wish you were dead or worse. It might be illegal for them to do that, but depending on your attitude, that might be what you get. And I agree that you should always hold to your rights, always. But if they're going to violate them, they're going to do it anyway, right? So you, as much as you are able, stand on your rights, educate them as much as you can if you have to. But you have to know how far you can go. You have to be the one to understand that in case they don't, right? And you have to be the master at de-escalation, because a lot of these younger officers are not. And they are ready to beat your fucking ass because you're not doing what you are told. Somehow they think they
because of their ego.
Mommy. So, you have to be the level-headed one. You have to be the educated one. You have to be the adult in this situation. And you have to be very, very careful in how you deal with another armed man. So I'm just, I'm trying to give the best advice I can, people. You can call me.
He's got a good point here too. He says qualified immunity has to go.
I agree.
In a way I agree, and in a way I don't. I mean,
I agree 100% with that. Because if I'm sorry, I didn't. You go first, Ronnie. Sorry.
I just think it has to be policed better. In other words, if a cop does something wrong, then he shouldn't be able to claim qualified immunity. But in a lot of cases, they need it. More times than not, they do need qualified immunity.
Qualified immunity originally was to make sure that you couldn't sue them into existence personally over some stupid shit at work, right? That's what the qualified immunity was for, was to absorb that by the state, right? But in order to prove that they willingly, knowingly violated your rights, right, that's going to take a lot more to get around that qualified immunity.
No
and
shit.
not,
But what bothers me about it is they can do something bad, a cop can, and then claim qualified immunity and save himself and the city from a lawsuit. when I don't think in a lot of cases they shouldn't, and that's my only concern with it. If they used it like it's supposed to be used, I mean, it's kind of like drinking water. If you drink too damn much water, you're going to get sick. But it's good for you, you got to have water. But
so you're saying just because a little does a little good, a lot doesn't necessarily do a lot of good.
Exactly.
But the thing is, though, if there was no qualified immunity, and in my opinion, like they say there's only a few bad apples. In my opinion, there's only a few good apples. But if there was no qualified immunity, don't you think all these bad apples would think twice about doing the things they do? Because they're like, well, shit, that they're actually coming after me. But instead, they're like, I got qualified immunity, man. They're just going to sue the city, the taxpayers' dollars pay for that shit, and I just go back to work in the next town over. It's all good.
Blue's making a good point there. He says a bat over your head will prevent a person from stealing from you, but cops will prevent you from doing that. In other words, they don't even want you to fucking protect yourself anymore. They want you to call them and wait on them to come and protect you so that you don't get in trouble. Well, here's my advice. Know where your property lines are. Defend that to the death with every last breath you've got, and let everybody around you know that you're willing and absolutely able to do that. You probably won't have that much problem with your neighbors because that's all they expect. As long as that bullshit stops at your property line, don't enter mine, we're good to go. Right? There you go.
Right. I'm definitely going to protect my property. They just have to, do what they got to do after that. But I'm definitely going to protect what's mine.
The cops are minutes away when seconds count, guys. If you can't protect yourself, the cops are unable. It's not that they're unwilling. Some of them are willing to protect you, but they can't be there when it happens. They come after. And some of the time, if you're not careful, you're going to be considered the criminal, and all you were doing was trying to protect your own. But I guess that's the chance you take if you're willing to protect your own. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, and on the side of their cars, at least around here, a lot of the cities, it has to protect and to serve. That is what they were supposed to be for. But it's been taken to such an extreme.
Right
now, it needs to go back like it was in the 50s, 60s, somewhere along
there.
It is
not. They don't have to. It is not their job. It is not in their job entitlement anymore. They don't have to protect and serve. That's if you notice, they're taking that protect and serve off of most police cars, most white and blues or whatever they call them.
Well, I think if we the people could get our freaking asses out of our heads, right? If we could get rid of the optical rectitis, y'all know that's a shitty outlook on life, right? Optical rectitis. If we get over that and band together and realize that these policy enforcers, as you were saying, Ronnie, are going to enforce the codes, honors, and ethics that are set forth by whatever municipality, city, or county or state that they work for. And until we pull our heads out of our collective asses and go change that shit at the county, state, city, and all these levels, it's going to be exactly the same as it is right now. It's going to
thoroughly agree.
Require us because the cops are unable to change shit. They're just cops, right?
Thoroughly agree. I thoroughly agree. That's where it's got to start at.
It's our fault it's this bad, and we're just going to have to fucking own that as red-blooded Americans and take our stripes and go take our fucking country back, because it's one politician or president's not going to make America great again. It's going to take all of us, and it's either going to work or it fucking ain't. But we won't know until we get together and at least give it a shot. Quit sitting around watching.
And it seems to me like all of us, when we see a guy, and I'm not talking about just one guy, because if it's just one guy, you're going to get arrested too.
Right.
But it seems like there ought to be, when a bunch of people see a cop mistreating a person, I don't care if it's man, woman, or child, there ought to be 100 or 1,000 people step in and say, hey, that ain't your damn job. You're not supposed to beat the hell out of them or whatever.
Right.
Your job is to arrest them and let the judge and jury or jury and judge decide what the hell's going on.
Right. Judge and juries teach lessons. Cops are not there to teach lessons. That's not their job. That's not their job to tune you up and teach you something.
But until we start doing that, there's a film or a video of I think this was in Spain. They were having a soccer match, if I remember correctly, and these two guys get in a fight. 2 guys, one from each team. And the cops come out there to break the fight up, and they start kicking the hell out of this one guy. And the fans come out of stands, man. I mean, I don't know how many, there's about 100 of them or more. And they started kicking literally kicking the shit out of the cops. And the cops backed off in a hurry. You know, the cops knew they were doing wrong. They shouldn't have been kicking the guy and everything. All they had to do is he was already on the ground. All they had to do is put handcuffs on him. Instead, they were kicking the dog shit out of him. And so they wound up getting the dog shit kicked out of them. I think go ahead.
Does this sound familiar to you from like, I don't know how it was when you were very young, but when I was very young, there seemed to be more of an idea of community. And I mean, among the local people, right? We didn't have these ways of mass fucking communication. We couldn't be on here with people from fucking Hawaii and Texas and Ohio, and you know what I mean? And but there was always that community level thing where everybody seemed to help everybody else. There was just an overwhelming support from neighbors and friends and family, and you know, it seemed a lot easier then. And now it seems that everybody is stuck on me. But do you remember a time, Ronnie, when you were younger, that it seemed that people were more about community and less about me?
Oh, Lord, that's what I mean. You know, about going back to 50s, 60s, that's the way it was back then. I mean, people, they'd know if your parents had lost their jobs, and they would bring you food, you know, or offer help in all kinds of ways. But that hardly ever happens anymore.
Right. You know, I always say the Amish have it about right. If your neighbor needs to build a barn, that should be the neighborhood that needs to build a barn. Right.
Absolutely.
You know, but that, and I don't know. See, I'm a people watcher. I'm an observer. And I've noticed that sometimes people who live very close together and have known each other now, their grandparents knew each other, their parents knew each other. Now they've grown up together, all that kind of stuff. Right. Sometimes when you get up in years and you notice, you know, you're helping your neighbor do something, and you ask them while you're helping them do that, hey, why didn't you help what's his name doing what he was doing the other day? Right. He's up. I seen him up there on his roof. I'm like, well, that motherfucker ain't never helped me do nothing.
Yeah.
Right? And then later I'll be helping the opposite person, the person that we were just, you know, doing something that they're doing. I'll be like, hey, you know, the other day I was over helping Jimmy was doing that plumbing. Why didn't you help us with that? You know, Jack? And Jack's like, well, that motherfucker ain't never done nothing for me. And I'm like, you know what? As long as neither one of you ever volunteer or help the other one, why the fuck would the other one give a shit if you help or not? Both of you just swallow your pride for a second, help them when they need it, like I have. Both of you know that you would get, both of you give me anything you've got to help me out because you know I've helped you. Why are you two not that way? And it's only
that's the whole investing.
It's not a big thing. Hell, you sitting here watching him do it. Just go over and help him for a minute. You'd be surprised at how grateful he would be and what he might do for you in the future.
Yeah, that's the whole investing your energy in the negative instead of the positive. Because if you invested in the positive, you'd help them to begin with, not be thinking about, well, they never done nothing for me.
Right. And don't always be frowned because it may not get you cash money. A lot of things are not about money. It's about what you don't know yet is you're going to make it fine without that bit of money right now. But 5 years from now, when you need that one fucking thing, that's going to be the person that turns up out of the woodwork that had exactly what you needed when you truly needed it. But you didn't know that was coming when, you know what I mean? So, you know, hey, bank those things, man, because you'd be amazed at how much people can appreciate you for what little tiny bit you think you ain't really done nothing for them. You know, like somebody asked me to come.
Man, I loaned that guy my lawnmower 5 years ago, and I haven't seen it since.
That's what you call permanent help.
Well, possession's 9/10 of the law, ain't it? Ain't that what they always say?
That's what they say.
It's hard to prove something yours if you ain't got it.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Just change the oil on that thing too. Damn it.
Well, guys, let me say that I truly appreciate the opportunity to come on here. Steve, you know I love you, man, and Ronnie, it's been a blast. I've looked so forward to having an opportunity to be able to speak to you, and I've enjoyed it. I've had a lot of fun.
Well, it's the same way here, Terry. I look forward to talking to you too. It's been a long time. I mean, I was going to invite you on back when before I lost 2 channels ago. Then I lost my channels, and then I don't remember half the people I was subscribed to. You know, so that's why I hadn't subscribed to you until today because I didn't remember you.
Well, I'm an easy to forget, man.
That's the hard part with losing.
Well,
No,
I mean,
there's really hard part.
I'm the one guy who a lot of people out there will say is the auditor. I'm the guy that they say should be the example, right? And then the other half absolutely hates me because I'm not exactly what they say I should be. You know, as an auditor, and all along the way, though, I've created so much argument and contention on the name auditor and my so-called style of doing it, I can still be one of the easiest to forget. Still just a very tiny, small channel because all I did was tell the truth and I didn't try to over dramatize or become that video. You know, I didn't try to become the person in the stop. I just tried to film the stop, you know.
Try to be yourself. That's all you can be. That's all any of us can be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm sorry this is all I ever was. See, I joined the Army years ago. They said, hey, join the Army, be all you can be. And I thought, fuck yeah, that sounds like a great idea. They just didn't tell me this is all I'd ever be.
Yeah, I was in for a while myself, Terry. I know what you're talking about. Wish I'd have never been in, to tell you the truth.
Well, you know, looking back, it used to, when someone said, you know, thanks for your service, I would respond with someone like, of course I would do it again, because at that time, that's how I felt. Now, with the knowledge level that I have no desire to fight for this government that we have. I will fight exactly my point. I will fight to the death right this minute, standing right here for my fellow countrymen. I have no problems with that at all. I don't care to be an unsung hero and one of the many drops of blood spilled under the tree of freedom. I have no problems with that. But I will not support what our so-called government is doing here and around the world. I will not, I do not, and I would not. And I think a lot of our members, if they understood exactly what was going on, they would feel the same way. That's my opinion.
Absolutely. And anybody that does support them is, you know, they're either not thinking straight or they're the exact same thing as them, which is, in my opinion, is evil. Well, and I do mean evil, yes.
Ain't it something that we're taking out the terrorists and the one invading countries and taking people out as us?
Yeah, that's damn good point. Damn good point. And the thing of it is our country is the one that has been funding a lot of these terrorists. I mean, you know, we fund Israel. Well, Israel created Hamas and the other one. You know, well, we fund Israel. Right. So who actually created them? You know, I mean,
well,
Israel.
We created the Taliban, the Al Qaeda. Those are all creations of, you know, ISIS. America, you know, or allied forces. You know, these are all groups that we have armed and helped at different times because we thought that by proxy they could go in and take care of something or someone or a target that we want to destroy without us actually having to sully our hands and pretend like we were in it, right?
Yeah.
So we're dumb enough to give them U.S. Army shit stamped. Dumbasses.
Oh yeah.
But anyway,
well, look at ISIS. I mean, ISIS was one of the most fiercest armies we ever put together. Obama and McCain and them put together. I mean, it's just the truth, you know.
It's definitely a crazy world. It's did you ever see the movie The Matrix, Ronnie? With Reeves? Isn't it like life is exactly like that? That was a quote I was using earlier. It's the world that has been pulled over your eyes that blinds you to the truth. Right? This thing that you think is reality, all these beliefs and ideas that you have because of this thing that you call television, right? All these people telling you what's really happening all over the world. And technically we all sit right here not having a single fucking clue if any of that is true or not. We have to assume that some is true, or at least we assume that we have to assume it because somewhere we got to assume some shit because we can't really decide what's true
that
anymore.
is so true.
Right.
Well,
I mean, I remember them parking refrigerated trucks out in New York and telling people that they were filling them with dead fucking bodies during the whole, you know, convid thing. Right. You know, and all of a sudden we find out that shit ain't true. It amazes me how much I ask people. I'm like, do you believe that the news and media and TV lies to you? And they're like, oh yeah, absolutely. But the problem is they'll be at work tomorrow night, right after us having that conversation and still talking about what the motherfucker they seen on in the news the night before is absolute truth until someone proves to them it's a lie. And then they'll be like, yeah, I figured that. And then they'll go right on touting the next fucking thing that they're told from the same fucking assholes on the same TV. They're crooked assholes like the Pope, Ronnie. They're all crooked assholes, man.
They sure as the hell are. They definitely are.
Don't even know what's true, you know.
Well, it's kind of like you know, the war that was supposedly going on between Russia and Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a couple channels on Telegram that have all kinds of videos every day about the war going on there.
And
supposed war. Well, all the videos they've shown, I mean, they've shown Russia blowing up Ukrainian troops and in the trenches, and while they're in Humvees, tanks, or whatever. Not one drop of blood anywhere on any of these videos. Not one drop of blood. I mean, these guys supposedly are laying in trenches, and I mean, 100, at least 100 of them, laying in trenches, supposedly DEAD, and yet there's not one drop of blood on one of those guys, or even on the ground nowhere.
I have a cousin who has a contact who actually lives in the Ukraine. So, at strategic times when certain things are supposedly taking place according to mainstream media, he is able to contact her and she is able to literally confirm or deny. And it's funny that we usually find out it's pretty much a denial that what we're seeing is, they can't tell that. They can't necessarily see that or know that they're seeing it too, but they, what I mean? It's not what they're seeing. It was kind of like, I found that, like, you see that there's a time that people believe that people were just dying by the millions all around the world, right? And so they all put on a mask and they all go buy their milk and shit, right? And they're just totally convinced that, like, there are just people dying everywhere. They refuse to look over top of their mask and see everybody else around them. It's the same people you've seen in the same fucking places that you've seen them every goddamn day for all your lives. It's the same people, and you're all doing the same thing. And guess what? You're all still out there doing the same thing, aren't you? They never really looked over their masks to see what was actually going on in the real world. They were living in a reality that wasn't actually happening, that was only unfolding on the TV.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was only happening in this place that we call television. It actually wasn't happening, at least in the real world that I live in. It never happened here at all. That shit didn't happen like that. It was a total fabrication. And so many things are like that. And I wonder how many of these wars or proxy wars or assassinations. So how do we know? How do we know answer what they tell us? How would we truly know?
We wouldn't. That's just it. Right. They can fake a war anywhere. We don't know if it's really happening or not. And that was really my point.
Now, should we trust the government or not?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, if we know we don't, how come we, why are we still trusting the government, or maybe trusting Trump to do something about it? He's just the president. It's not like he really has control of the government.
When he gets back in, I think he will have, and I don't know that we'll have to say about that. But my opinion is that this whole thing is happening now. The whole world is a God thing, and I mean, everybody has. It's definitely a powder keg.
It's a powder keg.
But how it's going to work out, I think it's going to work out for the better myself. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. But to believe it's going to work out to the worst for me would mean that's saying that Satan is going to win the war, and I think the war's already been won by God. We're just going through the show of what it would have been like if Satan had won. If you get what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question about?
You certainly can.
Something that just sticks in my craw, because I've learned in my life that I don't really truly do anything without a reason, right? I have to have a deep-seated desire or reason in me to accomplish a certain thing, or I generally won't fucking get it done, right? Mm-hmm. So what is it and how is it? I have to believe. I almost told you what you have to believe. I have to believe that the single most crafty, most intelligent, most wise, most beautiful, most perfect creation would have never picked a fight he knew he couldn't fucking win. And this makes no sense to me. He has to believe that there's an angle, has to believe there's an ability to win. Otherwise, all the rest of the fight was for naught and for no reason. Because it's not like he gets to control those entities now in a place called hell. He's punished with them in the everlasting lake of fire. So, you know what I mean? It's not like there's something to win. There is nothing to win, according to the end of the book. So I guess my question is why pick a fucking fight? Right?
Well, I think that what's going to be one is to take us back to the way God meant it to be. You know, right now we're living under Satan's way of doing things, and once this is all said and done, my way of looking at it is that we will go back to the way God meant it to be, which would be, you know, for instance, now when you buy a house and you get it paid for, it's supposed to be paid for, but you still have to pay taxes on it, which means that house isn't really yours.
Right.
The car isn't really yours because you have to register it and everything, and pay taxes on that.
Right.
But that's just a couple of examples of how I think it's going to be when and if this is all taken care of. And I seriously doubt the government will be anything like it is now. That's what the splitting apart of the states is about right now. You know, with these 25 or 7 states, whatever it is, that have said they're going to come to Texas's aid at the border. That's what that's about.
Ohio was one of those, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
They very well could have been. I haven't looked at all of them, but I know there's quite a few states that have said they're going to join up with Texas. So
I don't always agree with our governor. And you were talking about how maybe we should just give our opinions outright, right? You know, his name is DeWine, Mike DeWine. Yeah. And I've always called him Dick Swine, right? Called up Dick, right? However, that doesn't mean that he's the worst individual. You know, he is a sensible, moral, intelligent person, at least to a point, right? So, you know, I can't say the worst about the man, you know. But when it comes to like we just recently had a big vote on whether or not marijuana is recreational, and it finally passed in December of last year to become recreational, and they had asked him if he would veto that when it crossed, right? And he had said no, because of course the voters already made their decision, and he's, you know, been around the political ring long enough to know that going against the voter is probably not the best way to remain in office, right?
Yeah, no shit.
You know, but I do believe he'd definitely be on the list for states' rights. I hope and pray that the state of Ohio has enough balls and backbone to be enough to stand against every other state in the union for their own rights, right?
Yeah. Yes. And, you know, the thing with what's going on with here in Texas right now is and it's not just Texas, it's New Mexico, Arizona, and California. And
right.
That
all
what
the
I was just reading.
Right?
Yeah. And what I was just reading a while ago, you know, is about, you know, all people are coming together throughout all these states, supposedly. Now, I don't know this for a fact. I'm just going by what I was reading to stand up and put an end to, you know, we're losing our country is what it boils down to.
Losing or have lost?
Well, at this point, we have lost it, but I don't think we've lost it yet, but we're right on the damn verge.
Well, we have lost it if we do nothing. We've definitely already lost complete control. If we don't do something right now and try to regain it, it is gone forever.
I agree. That's why I think that's why this whole thing at the border, whether it's real or not, I think that's why it's let's say it ain't real, that it's just a show of some kind.
I don't suppose you're close enough to get there, are you?
No, I'm way up in north. I'm almost at Oklahoma. Golly, that's 1,000 miles away.
Is there anybody out there, anybody in the chat, anybody out there anywhere near or in the border in any of these states? Anybody that could maybe get close enough to get us some pictures, some video evidence, show us what the news is showing us, or show us that it's not there? You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? Like put out that call. I don't know if there, you know, if anybody in our chat or anybody out there can do that, but anybody that's listening or watching in the future, if you have that ability, the capability, and or are in the location, hell, you know, take a look. You might be interested to know yourself. You may think it is what you know, or you may find out it's not what you thought. But hell, we won't know till somebody checks. It's like those refrigerator trucks. We would all had to assume it was full of dead bodies till the one YouTuber went over and showed you it was completely fucking empty.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And then everybody went around, started showing you hospitals and emergency rooms. It was the same way here. They were completely fucking empty. Wasn't nobody sick. Wasn't nobody dying. Wasn't nobody complaining.
Right.
Yeah. And yet, you know, so that's just the truth of it. Yeah, Dark Watch. He said we lost this country long before you were born. You know, I've always while my grandparents slept, someone snuck in and stole my country is kind of what happened. And I slept through the whole thing because I didn't know. I thought I was growing up in what my grandparents told me my country was. I didn't realize it was completely different. I had no idea yet.
He's undoubtedly talking about, Darkwatch's undoubtedly talking about the Act of 1871. And in a way, you're right, Darkwatch. But again, my way of looking at it is that was the start of them taking it. They haven't succeeded yet. If they had succeeded, we wouldn't be going through what we're going through right now with all this hell we're going through. The world wouldn't be going through it. That's what all this is about. They're trying to put the final nail in our coffin.
I think we've become too soft. We're just not willing. No doubt. We're just not willing to die for it. That's all it is. You know, it's all it's ever took in history is enough people willing to die for it. Hell, you can't kill them all.
Well, what was stood up in the Revolutionary War? 1% of the nation, 1%.
Right.
I believe it was, of the nation stood up to fight that war. And yet we won the Revolutionary War against the strongest army on earth, which was Britain at the time. So, it can definitely be done, but you got to have the balls to stand up.
It meant that much. It meant that much. Unfortunately,
absolutely.
to a lot of people, it doesn't mean that much because they can still go get a gallon of gas and a dozen eggs and they think they're free. They don't realize that they're really no more free than the average Russian. Think about it. He gets up in the morning, probably takes him a shower, shaves, puts some deodorant on, goes out the door, does his job, stops at the store on the way home, brings home the shit he needs for dinner and stuff, right? And I would say that in the average day, we have really, truly no more freedom than anyone else really in the rest of the world. They all do pretty much the same shit, don't they?
Yes. But I tell you what, the way it's going right now, Russia is much more free than this country. I mean, they're doing so many things.
People always cite the Second Amendment, but if we are truly not willing to use our Second Amendment, then we ain't fucking got one, people. And I say that because I've encountered people that I talk to in my personal life, and they're like, well, I bought me a buriable safe. And I'm like, for what? And they're like, to put my guns in. I'm like, why would you want to put them in a safe and bury them? They're like, well, if the government comes to get them. I'm like, if you won't shoot the fuckers coming to get them, why the fuck are you keeping them? I thought that's what they were for, right? If you won't shoot the sumbitch that shows up at your door to take your gun away from you, then you're never going to use it for the reason that we were supposed to have had it, right? And I'm not trying to say that we should shoot people. That's not what I mean, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. If they literally come to your house to take your guns and you're not willing to kill them to keep them, then you don't need them anyway. You're not going to use them, and that proves it.
Well, I hope that day never comes, but if it does, I mean, I to be honest, I don't know what I would do if they come up kicking my door and do that shit. But I'll tell you what happened one time when I was my dog had bit this kid, and so the cops told us to lock it up in the garage. So we did. And my wife and I both worked, and there wasn't anybody there. I mean, the kids hadn't even got home. I got off work early that day, so I came home. The damn dog was still in the garage, the garage door locked. And a cop comes up and tells me my dog got up and bit another kid. I said, well, unless he knows how to raise the garage door and get back in and let it back down, he didn't, because he's been in the garage door all day long. There ain't been nobody here. But anyway, I had to wind up going to court, city court over that. And the cop sitting there telling me that one of the cops, was in the mayor's office. Believe it or not, this is a small town at the time. And I'm giving all of them hell. And this cop says, hey, you need to talk right to the mayor. I'll come in and kick your door down, at my house, what he's talking about. I told him, I said, MFer, I dare you kick my door down, because the second you do, I'll blow you right back out, that son of a bitch. Is exactly what I told him. And the mayor says, sit your ass down over there. We're going to take you to jail. I said, fine. So I went over and, sat down. And after about 15, 20 minutes, he said, no, you can go home. Never heard another word about it. Yet my dog had supposedly got up and bit somebody. And the cop said he's going to kick my door in. And after me telling him, try it and I'll blow your ass right back. And I did say that. Well, he never tried to kick my door in.
I've had to escort a deputy away from my front door, back down the driveway and down the hill and around the curve to his cruiser, and put him back in it on the public road and tell him all about himself. And, so it may come to happen, but here's the thing. First of all, know your rights. Stand firm. and only be as much of a prick as you have to be to negate the prick in them so that you can get back to common ground and calm things down. Don't try to escalate the situation, but don't think that you have to be a pushover, guys. Don't be a pussy. Don't be afraid. Don't let them instill fear, because that's when they have control. People
don't be no little bitch. That's seriously what it comes down to. Don't be a bitch, but yeah, don't be an asshole either, unless you have to be, right?
That's right.
You
Well,
know,
I don't know about you guys, but I'm about ready to call it a day myself. My ass is so sore I can't hardly move anymore. I don't know what's wrong with my butt, but man, after I sit down for an hour or two, it just goes. I feel like I'm sitting in stinging nettles.
Did you ever watch Mork? Remember Mork and Mindy? Mork from Mork.
Oh yeah, Mork and Mindy.
Well, you remember when they'd say have a seat, how he would first sit down? Maybe you should try to sit on your head and make.
I may have to. I mean, seriously, I bet my butt's as red as as my cap up there.
I think it'll make a great video.
Ronnie's 190. He's so old that when he first started using the internet, it sounded like this.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You know what's funny is I think we're all older than Google for damn sure. You know, I was on the internet in 1995 when it went live, you know, and I got to experience it. You know what I found? Almost fucking nothing, because there were no search engines per se yet. There was no, you know, you either knew the web addresses of where you wanted to go, or you knew enough keywords to find it. Because like if you just put in screwdrivers, oh my God, the millions and trillions of fucking sites you could find, right? But there was no way to pick through it. So, you know, as now shit, you can just type in a question. You remember AskJeeves.com? It was like the first search engine.
I don't.
And shit.
To tell you the truth, I didn't even get on the internet. My wife would be on it. You know, she'd be getting on and doing stuff, and I would hear it going like Steve just played there. I didn't get on it for years, and I didn't even know how you turned the damn computer on. I literally didn't. She had to show me how you did it. She had to show me everything, which you know, I learned a little bit. I'm still a long ways away from doing it.
Well, there's a lot more to do now than there was then, for sure.
Yeah, no shit. Steve is light years ahead of me in this stuff. I mean, light years ahead. Everybody is, you know, but Steve.
Well, you know what separates people like me and Steve from you, Ronnie, is you go, I wonder what that button's for, but you're too afraid to push it because you think you'll fuck something up. Me and Steve will just go ahead and fuck it up and then figure out
what does this do.
You got that right. There's been many times I've thought that same thing, Terry. You know, it's going to wanted to do something particular while I'm live, but I'm afraid if I push anything, it'll kill my live stream. You know, so I don't do it.
You know what I did on? Do you use StreamYard?
Yeah.
Okay, now go in StreamYard, but don't go live. Just hit a recording. You don't even have to put in a title. You don't even have to start the recording if you don't want to. But if you want, just go ahead and hit the recording button. Pretend like it's a live show and play around. That way, you get to watch it back. No one else ever gets to see it. You can delete it right off the back end of your StreamYard, and you get to play and practice with all of those things: intros, outros, all that good stuff. That's how I did it. I cheated. There you go.
Yeah. But look, no, that's good advice, because I've done the same exact thing, but I never thought to tell anyone else that just do this, because
that's how I cheated. That's because I didn't know any other way to learn. So I thought, well, shit, if I can do a recording and I don't have to show it, I can just pretend like it's a live show and see how it works.
Yeah, just do a recording, and then you can even do a recording of what you want, and then you can, if you want to do the editing part, you can go back and edit it and then put that video out.
Right. And if you didn't want to do it live, you can set it as a premiere and you can be live in chat, even though you're not necessarily live on the screen.
Right.
Many fun ways to do a lot of fun stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, I would have to show it, because I guarantee you the people that watch my videos would love to see me trying to figure stuff out. I guarantee you it'd crack them up, knowing that I can't figure shit out. I'd be ashamed to show it though, so I'd definitely delete it.
Well, guys, I thank you for having me here. I have enjoyed this type of conversation. You have no idea how much I've enjoyed it, and of course, you too. Thanks for having me around, and everybody out there in the chat. You guys know how I feel about you. Thanks for being here. I love each and every one of you. Thanks for taking the ride, guys. I've had a blast.
Thank you, Terry. Man, it's been fun.
Thank you, Terry. Much love, much aloha to you, brother, and thank you for hanging out with us today, man. It was awesome.
Yes,
It
sir.
was.
You
Very good conversation.
You know where to find me, and I'm always willing to come back, especially now. See, we'll have fun. We'll figure it out.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Well, Terry, thank you, brother. Don't get no trouble out there on them mean Ironton streets.
Well, I try. Generally, the only people that think I'm in trouble are a bunch of people that like to tell a bunch of stuff that obviously isn't true. If you go watch my channel, though, I have to warn you, it's not like you would think. Of a normal auditor, it's going to be one of the most boring channels in the world. So unless you like to see a lot of trips up and down empty streets and just a crazy hillbilly or two in the background entertaining you, then, you know, my channel's probably not for you. If you like that kind of thing, though, hey, that's what we do.
Well, we won't know till we come watch, will we?
There you go.
I've watched it before, so I know, but pretty much.
I always watch.
Well, the chat's what makes it fun. There would be no Ironton Auditor if it wasn't for those 30 or 40 core people that join the chat every time, and they are what make the show. I feed off them, they feed off me. We have a great time.
Hello, Mr. Charlie.
Charlie Gabolden.
The one and only. What's up, Charlie?
Coming in, we got Ginger's husband and Ginger are gonna adopt Charlie Gabolden and fly out on a private jet, pick him up, and he's gonna live in Hawaii.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Charlie hit
someday.
The jet. Well, he's already got that big old penthouse closet. You remember he said he calls it a closet, but it's actually his
all them hats
quarters or something. You know, way up there, that penthouse. He knows it's true. I think that's why, you know, he always had trouble when we had him on, Steve, with his guitar or whatever sounding, the audio. I think it's what it was. Is his house just so big that the sound couldn't find a way to get up to the satellite.
Yep.
He got lost.
He said, "What, my adoption papers went through?"
We broke some news for you today, didn't we, Charlie?
It's always fun to find out you were just adopted, especially if it was completely unexpected, huh?
Damn right.
I don't know what's worse, to be 50 years old or to think that someone might still want to adopt me. Who's got it worse?
I'd like yeah, I've already been adopted. I've been adopted by Hawaii. Hawaii adopted me. They accepted me, and I love it here.
Said he steals the Wi-Fi from the McDonald's down the street.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's why your signal can't get out sometimes, Charlie. Coming from McDonald's. All that rotten food they got spoiling the signal.
I don't know if you'd exactly call what they serve food, but there you go. Yeah, Tuttle, wait.
Yeah.
Good.
Whatever it is, it's rotten.
Oh, I do not, Keebler. I do not drive like Petty or Earnhardt. Jiminy Christmas. I'm a safe driver. They'll know that when they come to the channel. Got them thinking I'm out there like, you know, drifting that little Hyundai all over town.
Well, Keebler, he knows all the police there, so he knows he won't get a ticket, so he can just floorboard it anytime he wants, you know. I guess.
Now, I don't know that I won't get a ticket. I have talked to them and we've had conversations, and I've explained to them, if you see me run a stop sign, pull my ass over and inform me. And if you want to give me a ticket, you do that, because I promise you, if I see you out here screwing up, I'm going to do, you know, I'm going to be to your superiors and do what needs to be done. So I don't mind being kept in check, right? And I will agree that at times, especially if you're live driving, whether you're live videoing or not, everybody at some point is going to accidentally run a stop sign, run a stoplight, be the last one through, and it was just too late. You know what I mean? That shit happens when you drive. It's not a big deal. So, you know, those things happen, but I do everything I can to be a very safe driver. So,
well, you know what I'm looking forward to is the day that I can strap on, you know, a double set of pistols, you know, holsters like in the old West, one on the right, one on the left, and have my shotgun or rifle, whichever I prefer, and just walk down the main street and everybody just say, "Hello, how you doing?" Not even think it's a big deal, you know. Just
well, Ronnie, I actually carry open everywhere I go. So every time you've ever seen me with a camera and you watch those cops come up and shake my hand and you see that I get right up in amongst them, I am open carrying a Glock 19 the entire time. They've always known that.
Yeah, and you can here in Texas too. I just hadn't. Well, I carry mine sometimes, but I hadn't got a holster yet, so I need to get a holster for it. When I do carry it, it's concealed.
I just
I know when I'm getting Ronnie for his birthday.
A holster that'll work.
I just wanted to make the point that if some of these other auditors had been armed, oh my God, the interactions they would have had. Think about it.
Oh Lord, yeah.
So it goes back to my point before. It's not really the camera, it's your approach. It's the asshole behind the camera. It's how you approach people, and it's how you present yourself in that heated moment when it really matters. That's what's gonna make or break that particular interaction. And you're either going to gain the trust of the city employees, or you're going to lose it, right? And even if they don't like you, you want to try to maintain a certain amount of respect so that they understand you're not out there just to be a prick to them. So then in turn, they don't come out to do that to you. They may not like you, and they may not agree with what you do, and they may not like you being there. But
if you ask me, they ought to like you guys being there, because that way, they know and you know that they're doing their job correctly.
Right. Well, most of them don't mind me being there at all. Most of them enjoy. As a matter of fact, since I haven't done it in a while, if I see them out or they see me in town, they'll be like, "Hey, where have you been? We've missed you," because I haven't been out chasing them, and so even they kind of miss the interaction. It does give them a chance to show that they can do it right, that they are a good police department, or at least they desire to be, right? So
that or you're slipping bad, Terry. One of those. I don't know which.
I'll tell you what.
Did they pay you off? Did they pay you off, man?
Shit. I've actually been accused of that. Yeah, I've actually.
Oh, really? I was just joking. Shit.
Yeah, I have. I've actually been accused of being on the payroll. Believe it or not, I've been accused.
Oh no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I've been accused of everything. That's why I love my channel. I've never changed anything. I've never deleted it, except for one video where I made fun of a lady. I've never deleted anything. I've left it all there from the very first chilly backing moment to where it is now, so that everybody gets to see everything. So you see that I'm a dumb, naive hillbilly who went into town to see if what I heard was true, right? And when I found out it may not be exactly what I thought, I didn't get mad about that. I just went with the flow.
What I found out a long time ago, that anytime anybody calls himself dumb or naive, that means they're very smart and very sophisticated. So
I don't know about that.
No, seriously, that's the way it works most times.
I'm willing to admit that to the extent of my knowledge is not the extent of knowledge. You know what I mean? I'm very willing to admit that I can be dumb. I can be so dumb sometimes that people are like, well, didn't you know that? And I can be like, no, I didn't know that. No one ever told me, and they don't write that shit on trees. I didn't know that, even though everybody else seems to.
It goes back to like the Dunning-Kruger effect, Right. It's like when the person that knows very little about something, they'll sit there and think that they're a professional at it and they know everything about it when they really don't know shit. But then the person that knows a lot about it is like, yeah, I don't really know much, because there's still more to learn, and they realize that. So it's kind of like the same thing, like, like I'm dumb, but you're not.
Well, I'm not. I am ignorant. Okay, there's a lot of topics that I do not have information on. So I am ignorant. However, I am and am willing to be educated. I don't have a problem assimilating information, and I have no problem completely reversing my opinion about certain things, because at age 50, I've already done that many times in life. There's been many times when I was younger, I thought a certain thing, and when I found out older, I'm like, well, that it was exactly backwards of what I thought. But how many times have you had that in life? You grew up with an idea when you were a kid that life was a certain way, and you found out it just wasn't. It's not reality.
Well, let me ask y'all a very, very, very important question. At least it's important to me. Do y'all know anybody anywhere that I could hire to massage my ass?
Well, now I will tell you, the last live stream I did, my cousin Ed was out with me, and he was mentioning prostate massages in particular, and he said that he had a friend. He said that he had a friend, if anybody needed, such a thing. So I don't know if that helps you.
No,
But
no,
I can get a hold of him. You know,
I don't need that.
maybe he'll start at the ass. Maybe he doesn't have to go directly to the prostate. Maybe he'll work you up first. I don't know. It's up to you. I can give him a call.
Well, if you'll just massage my ass cheeks, that'll be good. I don't need that other part, the prostate stuff. No, that's out.
It's Min Ling, and it comes with a happy ending.
Well, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I don't know about y'all. All
right. Yeah. Any final thoughts from Terry and Ronnie?
Well, I tell you, I appreciate y'all having me here. I feel honored, and you know, I'm truly humbled that you guys thought my opinion was worth a shit and wanted to listen. So I appreciate you in the chat for actually caring enough about what I thought to hear it out.
Well, you're more than welcome. Heck, we appreciate you being here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I know we talked about having you on now for a year. You know, and
yeah. Well,
we finally did it.
I had also talked about having a completely different show that I thought was coming, and that kind of fell to the wayside for a while, and I have a few other things to do. And because of the way I've kind of been blackballed, you know, paid by YouTube, I kind of have to reinvent myself and start over. So when I do that, hopefully I will be able to have you guys there as well. Because that's going to be another show like that where we can talk about anything and everything and honestly. And so, but I really do. You know, I'm honored that someone cared enough about my humble opinion to have me around, talk to me. So I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Oh, you bet, Terry. Hey, and when you get that channel up and going, let us know.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. It won't be hidden. I'll be broadcasting that as far as I can. You know, of course. I got to be honest. I'm hoping that it'd be one of those channels that I can turn into them hundreds of thousands of subscribers someday.
Well, I heard that. We'd all love that.
Won't work, but fuck, I ain't got nothing to lose but time and shit. I'm going to lose it anyway. So I might as well at least talk about what I like, right?
Absolutely. That's exactly the way I look at it. You know, if you don't have but one subscriber or none, you can still get to talk about what you like. Or 1,000, 100,000, whatever. You know, that's what I do.
Terry is, what is the cop? A cankerous old pop, that is. There you go. Well, guys, I wish you the best. Y'all have a good night. And again,
you too. And definitely let us know about that, because I'm excited about that. I'd love to be a part of that.
Me too.
So it's going to be some fun. And I plan on, of course, putting that Ironton Auditor or Terry Nip spin on everything so that, you know, people they find me entertaining when I'm trying to be the entertainer. It's really not hard. I can make people laugh. You guys know, you've been around, you know, and I can have a lot of fun with that. So now if I can do that and disseminate information at the same time and repackage it in a way that makes it palatable and in small enough chunks to where it can be not only informative but entertaining, there you go. So that's the hope, that's the drive. The question is, can I get in? You know, I don't really have any help. So what I really need is a co-host, but I don't really have that. So it takes a lot of work for one person. And if I can ever get it all my ducks in a row, I'll break loose with it.
There you go. But the best thing to do, in my opinion, is be yourself, you know, whatever that is.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I had that intro on my other channel, and that, you know, the show was going to be called Behind the Mask. And the ending graphics to the intro is where you just see my big tiger head. And it literally starts, you hear the glass crack and you see the cracks form in it, and half of that mask shatters away. And you see my face behind the other, you know, half of my face sticking out from the other half of the mask. And that was the idea, is that, you know, we all come from, no, it's not scary. It's just the idea of coming out from behind the mask, because we all wear masks all the time. Some of us wear masks of bravery because we're cowards. Some of us wear masks like Steve was talking about, being a professional and shit we don't know about, just to avoid the embarrassment of having to say we don't know, right? So the idea is that on this particular platform, we shatter all of those masks. And in order to prove that, I'm the first one to take off the mask. Oh, there you go. You have to start it over at the beginning there, I guess. Or are you just going to the ending there to the, there it is.
Yeah, that's the part where
there it is. Where we're. In a
world where masks have become the norm, where we're constantly expected to portray our lives as perfect and flawless, we often forget there's extraordinary beauty in embracing our true selves. Prepare to witness a groundbreaking production that dismantles these barriers, obliterates the masks we wear, and delivers genuine individuals engaging in raw, unfiltered conversations, bared to their very core.
Filtered.
Welcome to Behind the Mask.
Steve, he's stealing our trademark.
Behind the Mask, the ultimate blend of mystery, drama, and intrigue. Coming soon to redefine your perception of reality TV. Get ready to uncover what lies beneath. The link is in the description.
So you see, I kind of went out on a limb, but there were a couple different things that unfortunately fell through on me at the worst time, and I wasn't able to achieve it when I wanted it. So it's not that I've given up. I just don't have a way to do it right now. And when I do, I think I'm going to reinvent, and maybe I just want to call the channel Behind the Mask, right? And just change the whole setup, but I want to keep kind of that. Anyway, there you go. That's kind of the idea that I had, Ronnie, if that helps.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. And I wanted to say he stole the unfiltered part, but this was 7 months ago. So damn it.
Yeah, I was on it, man. But you know, the idea, you know, the graphics at the end, the idea is to show you that I am the first one to come from behind the mask, and it'll be the first time that for the first time really that my camera will always be on, so that I'll no longer hide behind the logo or behind the, you know, the tiger, and it'll be me. It won't be Ironton Auditor anymore. It'll be Terry Nip, raw and in the flesh, and you'll hear exactly what I think, even when you're pissed off because I said such a thing. You know what I mean? And that's the idea, is I want other people, when they come on my platform, I understand that there are a lot of YouTubers who have a character. I get that, right? That is their channel. It is that. Me, I don't have a character. I'm just me. But you know, and when you come on, like, fine, we'll do the whole intro thing. You know, you do your character, but when that's over, I want to talk to the person behind the mask. I want to hear what you think, right? I want to talk.
That's what I love about this show, is because just me and Ronnie and our guests, we're just us.
Read what Keeper said there.
We need a part 2. This one is never going to end over.
Her final thoughts about 3 times.
All right.
How do you keep a audience in suspense? You just never end.
Good comment, Keeper. Good comment.
So everyone wait for part 2 coming soon.
Yep. Coming soon.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Terry. Thank you, brother.
Much love, much aloha, brother. We're definitely going to do this again.
Absolutely. And Steve, I really hadn't got any parting thoughts myself, other than to tell everybody I plan on having a show tomorrow night, and I hope whoever's here that watches will come over and watch. You know,
well, I'm finally subscribed, so the possibility exists now where it didn't.
There you go.
An hour or 2 ago.
There you go. Exactly. So Terry, I'll be looking for you. You better be there.
I'll have to drop in.
Well, yeah, just, if nothing else, stop in, say hi, and leave. You know, well, hit the like button, of course. Now.
Well, I usually do. I usually, you know, I always tag you, say, hey, hello, hi, howdy to the chat panel, you know, and make sure I tell you I hit the thumbs up and all that fun stuff. So I'll be checking it out. Don't worry. I'll make my runs.
I hear you.
Not bad tonight. 77. 77
really?
likes.
Good. Very good. Well, gentlemen and chat, thank y'all very much. And I guess we'll see y'all next week. It'll be on my channel.
Yep.
Instead of Steve. So everybody
will be on Ronnie's channel. And you know what? Let me put I'm sure everyone here already has your channel.
One this week.
But just in case, that's Ronnie's channel. Just in case anyone here isn't subscribed to Ronnie. And
please do so.
And I stream share it to my channel when it's on Ronnie's, just in case. But then I always have Ronnie's channel pinned at the top. So I only stream it not to have everyone in my chat, but for anyone that shows up that doesn't have Ronnie's channel, then they can join the conversation over there. So,
well, but it don't bother me none, because what it does is it gets the people into to watch that like you, and if I could stream share yours, I would, but I can't. So,
right, we got to figure that out. We really got to figure that out.
Yeah, I know. But until we do, this is working all right.
Yeah,
but it's good when you stream share stuff.
Silver girl, the silver girl.
Oh,
real quick.
Pablo,
Silver girl, love you, silver girl. He's like, what the hell is going on?
Pablo, what's up, brother? Huh?
He's been sitting next to me the whole time. He's like, he's loving that shit.
They look like he's got his own little carpeted table there or something.
Oh yeah, he's got a stool. He's got a stool just like me with what is that? The memory foam and everything.
Is that his headphones and microphone too?
Yep.
Is that actually the voice? Is that like the ventriloquist? Steve's just a dummy or a puppet? The dog's got they're working him, right?
I think so.
I'm the dummy and he's the ventriloquist.
Well, I'm out of here. So love you, Steve. Terry, thank you, brother, for coming and hanging out with us.
Yes, sir. Anytime. I appreciate the invite. And Steve, make sure you tell Nina I said hello, please.
Yes, absolutely.
And me too. Say hello to her for me too, Steve. I know she's not feeling good. Tell her to get her ass well.
Right.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get off here and try to hope all the places ain't closed so I can get me something to eat.
Oh, we gotta eat.
You gotta eat. All right. Good night, guys. See y'all later.
Good night, everybody.
Yep. Good night, everyone. And we'll see you all next week on Ronnie's channel. I'll be stream sharing it, but we'll see you next week for sure.
Absolutely.
Much love, much aloha. I love all you guys. Thank you. And until then,
be the greatest show on earth.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm happy that you're pissed.
taking no mark of the beast.
But Joe, you're missing the whole point.
Let's just keep borrowing it and never pay it back. But he wasn't forcing it on anybody.
One, it was forced on us. Tough to leave your job and find a new one. You say like that's an easy thing.
So I do believe the chips are already attached to us.
I think the mark of the beast has already been here.
Freest country in the world.
Yeah.
So we're all born bastards. In other words, the government is your daddy, is what they're saying.
You black, you definitely black.
You know what?
Black people ought to be pissed off about that.
You are right. Only in the tiniest sense.
When you're whooping on your kid out of love, it's different than whooping them on out of anger.
Wait till your daddy gets home.
What, at lack of a better word, slaves to the system, because they're all experimenting on us and getting away with everything. But it's allowed by us. We need to stop thinking that we're not allowing this shit to happen.
Be the greatest show on earth.
Well, hey, I think we're going to get a strike for this one. And I must demand you let me eat your ass.
Especially the eating ass part.
You just reminded me of a joke.
Oh, I'm getting attacked by a dog.
Boy, that's a big dog, too.
It's like a zoo.
Hostile chat member.
There was a chicken.
Cute little tiny little chicken. There was a little pony.
Doesn't have a butthole. It farts.
You know what happened with that pony?
It explodes.
Didn't have a butthole. It farts, goes poof.
So is butthole shit.
Well, hey, I think we're going to get a strike for this one.
It was Steve. What are you? You ain't nobody, right? I'm like, all right, bitch, why don't you go first? You're just taking up space.
Well, ain't that something?
We're talking about crackers.
Like, hey, Steve.
Yeah, not us crackers.
How you doing?
We're the crackers that can talk.
Wouldn't you think they controlled the weather, they would have done took us out?
They need us. They just want us to control us.
I'm 198 for a reason.
No, they're not going to take us out. We make the world go round.
They only need us so big, you know.
The useless eaters is what we're called. Sucking up air. What are you? You ain't nobody, right?
He's not going to like that one.
I drink one beer and piss three.
Who hurt you, Creek?
And I still don't know.
It was Steve. Steve hurt me.
Good night, Sid.
I'm saying we ain't never gonna run though. You playing, but you got the right one though. You can